wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
Well, folks, if you thought Master Santiago was all the Valorant you had to watch today, baby, you couldn't be more wrong. Welcome to Verizon Game Changers North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Emily and birthday boy Vansili.
Do not give these ones away.
Do not peek! Do not peek!
They have no idea where these two Blue Otter players are.
Find a hot finds an off angle. The problem is the time. Starbound will clutch a 1v4. Will try to work their way over. It gets caught on the sideline area. Over connected. Now just down to the 1v1. And he has the angle. And with that, like you called, Blue Otter will steal away. Map number 1. Pin time for B. Could work out, but it won't land on anything. So you've got all 5 members still up and active, and they've got Otter himself. Timing everything here, but his Haunt is up. Enough information! Avery from the 1v2 now to a 1v3. Make it just down to the straight 1v1 with Australians, and Avery's good for 2 Red Bull clutches in a row. From Avery. Starbound inside the site, watching everything at once, finds 2, then slips away. Make it 3, Starbound with the slow field all over the site.
Timing is going to be so important here for Sin and Mail. Round could shift if Sin gets caught out.
Stay away from the Guardian right now if you're Blue Otter. Let them drop into sight. What?
Shut up.
That's one way to help clear part of the site up. Now May has got to have their head on a swivel.
It's a crazy round.
What? Hey! Oh my god! Thrown in early, Starbound. Hits once. Off the pop flash though. Oasis will trade and find a second.
Stop.
Oasis for more! Juna trying to hold. Gets it to halfway. Oh, Juna! Comes through to get one another first map for a moment. 2 long-range battles and Found misses the first shot. Another toggle comes through. Oh, and May! Another 1v2 Red Bull clutch. Still holding the corner. They expect this is cleared. No, they don't, because, yeah, they thought that the salvo had done it in Sin. But from range, Juna baits it out. 8 seconds on the clock. Juna gets you another. The saturate is in. You have to try to hold this, but Avery will finish it off. Blue Otter have now established themselves as a major threat here in Game Changers North America, looking for a championship against FlyQuest.
Hello and welcome to Verizon Game Changers NA Kickoff. Today's Grand Finals Day. My name is Zoe and joining me here on the desk to break it all down for you are Athena and Ash. Ladies, how are we feeling today?
Great. We love Valorant. We got to watch Valorant and then talk about more and more Valorant.
I'm feeling pretty cold because it's very chilly in Canada right now, but the game today is going to be so... You know what, Zoe? You don't need to brag about it. Like, come on.
I do though. It's the only thing I have. I have nothing else going on for me. I also have a bracket actually, so I guess I have a lot going for me because one thing we do love is talking about brackets and the weather, but mostly brackets. Guys, let's be real. I think everyone's predictions went up in flames throughout the process of this double elimination brackets. 8 teams joined us. There were a few teams that a lot of people expected to make a deeper run. However, we did end up with FlyQuest and Blue in that grand final. I think most people would have expected Wadada to make that run again in the upper bracket and end up as one of the finalists.
Yeah, and it feels like for both these teams, they had a lot of fighting to go through. Again, if you look, they played so many of these BO3s, and then obviously Blue having that BO5 yesterday to make it to the grand finals. So much Valorant was played, and there's so many back and forths as well. It wasn't like it was a clean sweep from any of these teams. 2-1s across the board for Fly and for Blue Otter. Obviously dropped down to that lower bracket after facing against Wadada, but they managed to make it out with that 3-1 win over Wadada yesterday.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's been an intense match yesterday as well. Ash, you had the absolute pleasure of casting it. It felt like the day is never gonna end, in fact, because they just went the distance each and every single map. It was a really close match that allowed for Blue Otter to come out on top and end up in our grand finals.
Yeah, it really was. It was a very scrappy affair as well in that grand final, but I'm excited to see what they're going to be bringing to the table up against a FlyQuest that got to have the day off, right? They got to go now look back at the VODs, scrim as well, look to prepare up against the new styles that Blue Otter were bringing to the table with some of those comp changes.
Here's the thing, right? They did play 4 maps yesterday, so that's plenty of footage that FlyQuest Red got to look at and, you know, kind of brainstorm about. Let's talk about FlyQuest Red. We did not get to see them on the official stream play just yet, as this is the roster they have been playing with. 3 new additions coming in for this year, and honestly, it's been working out for them. So far, they've had a really good run. They only dropped 3 maps here in the upper bracket.
Yeah, and I feel like, too, with the additions to this roster, you have Melia, who has proven herself time and time again, who also has quite a history in Game Changers. And then, of course, Jazzy, who is one of the OGs of Game Changers, playing since that C9 roster was initially picked up way back. And then Edith, obviously, who's had their run in that Ghost Gaming, playing for Misfits, and now kind of coming up to this FlyQuest Red. So you're looking at it as these 3 new additions, but really they are so experienced, and there's so much experience across the board here that I think for FlyQuest, all these pickups make a lot of sense.
Yeah, the veterancy definitely is screaming on this roster. I think that the main thing as well for the overall storyline for the FlyQuest banner, though, is they had a rough run of 2025. Like, I've got my eyes on Thea and Ev being the core for this team, wanting to have that kind of like revenge arc, almost like that come up arc, compared to how 2025 like panned out. They had so much experience previously, and we've seen great accomplishments from them. Like Thea and Ev, these are 2 players that with FlyQuest, they attended Game Changers Champs in 2024 and then ended up actually not even making it to the main event in 2025 at the and during stage 2. So I think it's going to be this has been a huge step up for them to kind of come back into the limelight here for the 2026 season.
I just absolutely love when a roster, or rather an organization, is making bold changes, bigger changes, like replacing that many players, and then it actually works out for them, like in their case. One individual that I want to kind of hone in on is Melia. I think a lot of people have their eyes on Melia, and so far the performance is checking out.
Yeah, I think that when it comes down to Melia, she's been so impressive throughout this entire kickoff stage. Like, it is crazy that she's been a statistical leader throughout almost every single match except for one for her team. Is one of the best performing players when it comes down to this main event, and the impact that she's able to have in the game for FlyQuest as well is so well felt, because you think about how, you know, she's able to go and get a lot of those first engagements on this lurking role, playing that Viper, playing that Killjoy, and it says so much about kind of the slow, controlled playstyle that we know FlyQuest likes to go for, to be able to give Melia that time to work a lot of those picks, take that space, and help with the mid-rounding.
I think too, she's just been so super consistent on a lot of these kind of controller agents and showing up for her team. And I think one of the biggest things too is when you do have Melia, like you said, being able to work the map and set themselves up for success, it works out really well for FlyQuest. I actually have a little bit of a round that I want to talk about, because Melia is the starter point for this round, for actually getting that round on the board. She starts off with that operator, which, guys, when do you send your Viper with an operator lurking on the other side of map on split? So she gets that initial pick, and FlyQuest, they try to respond with that numbers, trying to get a lot of that mid control, but actually Power Pixel shuts it down. And this is where we see FlyQuest tend to be super strong. They start this execute. Thea, her paranoia misses just a little bit and gets caught off guard, but Edith so instantly gets that trade, taking a lot of that space into the spawn, and now we're in a 2v4. But because of that spike getting planted, Melia now has her ult, and this is kind of where we see a lot of this masterclass from FlyQuest playing together, being really disciplined, because after that ult goes down, Melia goes for her one and goes right back into that ult, playing closer towards Edith, being really a nuisance towards this. Whereas Warada, they split up, and Melia just getting more and more control over that. And so this is one of those rounds where for FlyQuest, winning a 2v4 post-match, initially Melia setting up with the operator on the other side of the map, getting that pick as the lurker, it just goes to show how they have such a solid game plan. And even though they lost numbers, they don't really get scared. And I think a lot of that veterancy that we kind of talked about earlier really comes into play with rounds like these.
And I feel like if you compare the two rosters that will face off against each other today, they're kind of on the opposite end of the spectrum, right? You have this roster here from FlyQuest Red that do have the veterancy. They are like really good at playing together. Whereas as we were watching Blue Otter make their way through this bracket, it seemed like they leveled up each match, but they really had to kind of learn how to play with one another. Obviously, it ended up just fine as they are finding themselves in the grand finals, but it was definitely a learning curve that we got to witness.
Yeah, and I think the adaptations were just so impressive from this team, being able to change compositions from one week to another. But I love that Athena's bringing up, you know, the discipline that we see from FlyQuest, because when you look at this Blue Otter roster, every single player, whether it's Avery, Battison, Sin, May, or Oasis, these are hero players. They definitely led to thrive in that chaos, and I'm interested to see how the head-to-head is going to go between these two teams when you have, you know, the fact that Blue Otter will sometimes live by or die by those hero plays. Yesterday's matchup up against the likes of Wadada was so impressive. I don't think anybody expected it to be a 3-1. Granted, the maps were extremely close, but nonetheless impressive.
I think too, in the post-match interview yesterday with Sin talking to Liz, they were kind of talking about how they were like, okay guys, let's just be a little bit more disciplined. Let's just play together, swing together, whatever it is. So they still managed to have that really good line between a lot of these hero plays, going for their ones, especially with the duelist. But then they also started playing really close together, making sure they're ready to kind of jump off of each other's util, make sure they're swinging together. And I think that really played a big part into why they won against Wadada yesterday. That, and we talked a little bit about their comps, and we talked a little bit about their roster. Everyone is so fluid on this team and so easy to adapt, which I think is such a good strength for Blue Otter to have.
I think too, like, if those hero plays are maybe going wrong or if they're getting picked off, you also have the fact that they have solid rocks like Avery and like Sin, who are so good when it comes down to those clutch moments. Like, calling back to yesterday's Corrode there, Avery having 2 back-to-back clutches on that map was actually just so impressive to see. It's incredible to see how this team is created, or formulated, I guess, by this roster of players where everybody is capable of stepping up on the day.
Yeah, very often, obviously, right, when a team is just newly formed, they do rely heavily on those mechanical skills, on those hero plays, but they did come together yesterday as a team. Now, one individual that definitely needs to be highlighted has to be May. Crazy ACS yesterday, playing 4 different heroes, agents.
Whoa, heroes! Ew.
Oh, hero. Well, she's my hero, you know.
Oh, okay.
That was forefront of my mind. Thank you very much. But yeah, we got to talk about May.
I think what's so impressive about her as a player is not just the numbers that she's consistently putting out in yesterday's series, but the fact that it was across 4 different agents as well. Like, right now, we're highlighting those controllers, but when it came down to Haven, we saw her also picking up that ISO. And Athena, I think what's so impressive to me too is the consistency across the different kind of dynamics that you have to have when it comes down to the controllers that you're seeing on the board. Like, the aggression that you can have from a Clove, from an Omen, and then also like the Astra that kind of requires you to play a little bit further back. She's been so adaptable.
Yeah, she's really been kind of upfront and personal when she needs to be, super aggressive as a player, and it works out really well when she is on that Clove, when she is on that ISO. And then on top of that, the util usage from the Omen, not being afraid to send those paranoias in order to set herself up and the rest of the team up, and it works out really well. And then obviously, if you have a player like May clutching, when you're in that Astra position, playing really far back, like you said, just putting your stars down, playing post plant, and you're in a clutch position, it's almost a guaranteed win because she's so good at clutching it out. She's so good at winning her ones, even when it's a 2v1 situation for her. And she's just really good making sure she's using that util to set the post plant up for success.
I'm very interested to see where the teams are taking us for today's match. It's of course gonna potentially go all the way again. We don't know what to expect from these teams as they're facing off against each other. What do you want to see, Ash, based on what we got to see from Blue yesterday?
Ooh, what do I want to see? I think that's a hard question to answer because FlyQuest Red's map pool is so strong right now. I think that when it comes down to what we want to see out from the Blue Otter camp is if they can, I want to see that early Corrode pick coming in for them. I think Corrode and Pearl have been two of their most comfortable maps that we've seen out of them. I did like the Haven as well, but I think that when you do look at that ISO Euro composition, everyone should have a fairly good understanding of what we're seeing. Split coming in for FlyQuest.
And Corrode.
Wait.
Not getting your wishes. Yeah.
No! Wait, why?
Wait, why is it
Hold on,
this
pause. Pause.
Wait.
I am so lost, Athena, right now.
Okay, so I think Split for sure makes sense. They just beat Water on this in their last game, 13-3. Makes a lot of sense. This has been kind of their bread and butter pick. They have a 100% win rate on this. They've played it 4 times. They've won it every single time. Pearl, I think, is kind of a little bit scary for Blue to pick. I feel like they have a really solid win rate on this too, 4-0. But you're also playing against FlyQuest, who also has a really good win rate on this. I'm assuming Blue has done the thing where they have a lot of that video to watch, and they're kind of learning from their VODs and seeing how to play. And I think it might work if they're just super confident in it. But it does make sense still for Blue to pick it. For me, the thing that's pointing out to me, though, Ash, is this Abyss. Because we talked about this earlier, and we were like, oh, we've only seen FlyQuest play this once, surely they're not going to play it because they didn't do too hot on it. But we saw Blue Otter, we haven't seen them play it yet so far in this whole tournament.
Yeah, it definitely gets really wonky when it comes to that Abyss. I think when we're talking in the green room, we all kind of expected that to get banned out, like you were saying. And I'm also looking at that Breeze being map number 3 is very scary considering the results that Blue Otter have had on it. It makes sense that FlyQuest want to pick into that weakness. I feel like with the shocking Corrode ban coming in, the more I'm looking at the compositions, it does almost make a bit of sense because you have like Jazzy running that KO on that map for FlyQuest, so maybe not wanting to have to deal with that when you have the chamber trying to get a little bit more forward there. Overall, though, I gotta say this Veto is definitely looking FlyQuest sided.
Yeah, I think so
FlyQuest
too.
had a great match on Breeze against 100 Thieves, so they had quite a dominant performance very recently. Well, let's put it that way. Blue Otter have not been considered a favorite yesterday either, and Sin did say that if they manage to play together like they did yesterday, this is doable. This is more than just doable, it's very possible. Here our agent selected this one.
I like this from Blue Otter. I think their double duelist is really good. When you have Oasis and Battison on the Waylay and on that Yoru, they tend to play together really, really well. We only saw them play this once. This is the last time they played Split. They played this comp. It didn't go their way, but they still had a lot of those small moments where the double duelists were able to play together, which I really like. And for FlyQuest, we just saw one of those clips that I was talking about. This is one of the maps that they love. This is their bread and butter map. So I think it makes sense for them to keep the same comp and keep it going and have that as their first pick.
Yeah, especially with like the KO and the Sky looking to synergize together, there's just so much utility that I think FlyQuest are going to be able to react with when Blue Otter are going for a lot of those more like bursty executions. Once they do finally in the mid round decide to go and take those sites, I think that Blue Otter also took away a lot of really good lessons from their game up against Wadada yesterday. Once we get into that second half, they have a much better understanding of how to counter the aggressive plays from that Waylay that we're expecting out from Edith. A lot of those repositions, I think it's going to be a heater for map number 1.
Yeah, it's been super interesting to see the approach from Blue Otter yesterday as well. They kind of came into every map with new compositions that they seem to just like try out live. Probably not the case, but that's how it appeared to us. And they did really well throughout the maps as they went on. Let's see what they have in store for us today in map number 1. For all the action, we're going to send it over to our casters, Lemon, Kiwi, and Vincili.
Thank you so much, Zoe. It's time to kick off this year with 2 incredible teams who are absolute fighters. I mean, fans, we have FlyQuest, who have taken out their rival, Wadada. This is like deja vu from last kickoff. And Blue Otter, who have retooled and are ready to punch up. I'm so excited.
And also knocked out Wadada yesterday going to the lower BO5. So, yeah, Blue Otter is definitely the new team on the block right now that's probably going to get talked about a lot, especially if they're able to beat FlyQuest today. Because that would mean that they're going through a lower bracket run, being able to defeat 100 Thieves, being able to defeat Wadada, and potentially now FlyQuest Red. And that was such a bounce back that Blue Otter had going in that BO5 when he got dismantled into BO3 in the upper quarterfinals against against Otter in the past. But we'll focus now on Blue Otter in this composition. Double duelists trying to work out on the attack side, which is also quite interesting here, Lemmy Kiwi, that we have every single one of these maps with FlyQuest starting off on defense.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Blue Otter on a lot of their comfort picks, but this is also one of their worst maps. Blue Otter are 0-4 on this, but hey, they go really close to a lot of the top teams on this. Like, you actually saw the 11-13 loss to Otter, but FlyQuest, this is one of their strongest maps. 13-3. Oh, they see red all right. And we're already setting up a 2-3 split. Now, the spike is heading to the right side. And look how Blue Otter had baited a fight towards the left. Avery downs 2. And just when you thought it was all a ruse, well, you would always be inspired to go B. But the spike's already comfortable planted at A.
Yeah, it was a fake the whole time, and Avery was not supposed to stay alive with 2 kills on top of that. But at least Ev moves in, slows down the tempo a little bit here. Still a player advantage for Blue Otter, but the plant will go down. It won't be for Heaven's side, so you're just waiting to play the late crossfire setups. A backstab to backstab as you see the positioning from the rotate back of Avery.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god, Madison on it. Now getting active towards the back line, expecting that fight very soon. And Jazzykins with the Sheriff. It's nothing to really enable herself with, but she's a vet for a reason. The swing timed Sin and the blink of an eye, and Avery didn't want to swing off of that, but now presence has been shown. They're just playing their life, and Jazzykins, this is no laughing matter. They're just trying to bait them into an engagement, and Madison wraps around. Really smart, good patient plays for Blue Otter to take the pistol.
It was very close too, because both of those players were one-shottable on the side of Blue Otter, and Jaskin had that Sheriff. The thing is there was also a small slight misstep on that double high-low on that left side of A main, so there was a possibility here that you almost had that clutch from Jazzykins. I love how things started here. So selling that fake towards that B site, Madison kind of just left Avery left for dead because they're like, well, I'm getting pushed down. There's 3 players pushing me. Just go with the rest of the team, and somehow they're still able to drop 2. That's an insane way to start the pistol round here and to snowball a good economy in the second round. Already outlawing the second one. Maybe you'll see a little bit of jump spotting when the smoke goes up and down, but you're definitely going to be prodding around this map. You should be afraid of shotguns around the map here for the side of FlyQuest on the defense. So you respect this, right? Throw your clones out, throw your recalls out at the same time to make sure to figure out where the stack and the crunch could be. And it seems as though they have an idea after this haunt on the top of mid that there was a crossfire set up now from FlyQuest on split here.
Even that clone making noise down middle, just you already heard the shorty from Jazzykins. So like you said, Blue Otter got to be really careful when they close that distance, and you want to be able to let that outlaw do all the talking. But FlyQuest are holding their positions, and this is where when the Viper's wall comes down, I wonder if Madison could get that opening. They've been so incredible breaking open these rounds for Blue Otter, and you need a comfortable bonus. You're going to need every round you can get when going up against the goats of FlyQuest, but it's Blue Otter taking that first blood in terms of this map. Madison wings at the ready, behind the Prowler, jumps and retracts out, and Oasis will be the tip of the spear. I like that follow-up and the layers. Blue Otter have their bases covered too with the smokes, so will be a safe plan.
Yeah, very similar executions. We'll talk about it in a bit from Blue Otter when they hit these A sites compared to FlyQuest, but now 3 players swinging down. Sin's going to be on the late lurk. Already spotted now, but it's shorty long range, and you're trying to close that gap a bit, and all Sin needs to do is to run that clock down. So face the players towards her. Nice shots. It should be a easy cleanup for the rest of the round on the side of Blue Otter. So that said, FlyQuest, again, interesting that they're starting off on the defensive side for this as well. I think it's one of those matchups where you want to let Blue Otter maybe think that they can dictate the tempo, and if you're able to shut them down on defense, you'll be much more comfortable going in the rest of the series, because their attack side for FlyQuest has been excellent. I think now at 85%, right? And a lot of these attack sides have been almost flawless for a lot of these matches throughout Kickoff for FlyQuest due to their 5-player pop executions that has been very strong and that has been demonstrated against Otter in the past. So now you got the money, you got the weapons. You'll see if FlyQuest now could start bringing back this tally against Blue Otter's bonus.
There's that bait and switch. There's not that overconfidence with Blue Otter, and really they're hitting their shots nicely. 2 bullets at the chamber of a Guardian, and it converts on both. So Sin showing as one of the most decorated players on this Blue Otter roster that they can deliver when it matters the most. And that strong bonus, being able to carry all those weapons in. Damage done, not enough to put Blue Otter down. Being able to respect that distance and respect what FlyQuest can do even on a lower buy. But this is a big round for FlyQuest to try and convert, and the Outlaw encounters Thea, who tried to push up in garage off of their own smoke. That leaves FlyQuest at a disadvantage.
Just looking at it through the mini-map, Madison looked like they were still clearing corners and had to flick for that kill onto Thea. Thea had her opponent dead to rights pretty much, and Madison somehow gets the pick with the Outlaw. One-shottable. At least we get to now just a Blue Otter slowing down the tempo, and now FlyQuest feeling that they have to make some sort of a play, catching some players off guard too and off positions, and this is a great player advantage for Blue Otter in the A-side finish.
And FlyQuest are having these individual plays, trying to lurk and assess where is the hit going to be before it happens, and Jazzykins gets ahead of the game, and Edith by her side. FlyQuest finally puts some kind of delay at the entrance of A, and the re-swing. Oh, Jazzykins now with 3 this round will be the anchor that FlyQuest can depend on once again. And the teamwork will make the job a lot easier too. May is the last one left now with an Outlaw going towards Heaven. Try to get eyes on the spike, but you should know that FlyQuest are probably going to be tucked away in positions that are tough to get them out of.
Especially when the spike's out in the open, dropped by Jazzykins. May will have to make some noise to drop. First contact will be Ev. Then you probably double swing through this as well. And that's a nice GG round for FlyQuest. I mean, that was a 3 versus 5. That was some excellent hold coming out from Jazzykins. The flash blinds 2 players. They're able to double swing with Edith. They were a little bit out of sync in terms of trying to hold the back of that site, because you saw that Jazzykin was trying to look back towards the elbow while the other one was still watching towards main instead of just high-low focusing on that left side kill. But at least Jazzykins, you just talked about her veterancy and how good she's been, and she's been playing since Valorant came out in 2020. She's able to pick up the round back into favor for FlyQuest and even convert it for them to not allow Blue Otter to run away with a bonus round conversion.
Yeah, and Jazzykins has been incredible since the inception of GT back in 21, and she has gone through every roles from duelist to sentinel transitioning, and now a full-on flash initiator. And being able to get that collegiate experience and everything, like, FlyQuest have the resumes, but at the end of the day, it's how you show up on the day. FlyQuest playing a much more passive B garage approach. Never mind, we peeked it. We tried to be a little bit more careful with how we peeked it, but there's still an L on garage. That is a problem. And like that, Melia is going to be trying. Oh, actually goes to swing and trade that. Try to find the timing, and it works out. Blue Otter really destructured, and Ev is a brick wall on the top of Heaven. So this round looks pretty dead for Blue Otter.
Yeah, beautiful off angle being played on the top there by Ev, especially with the Yoru posted up here towards main, if I'm not mistaken. There's no flashes to really try to take the B Heaven control. And especially you have players just trying to find timings here and there, and are able to convert these quite well. Speaking of timing, Sin just dropped Ev, and that opens up the site. 2 versus 1 for Melia to anchor up.
Oh, Melia heard something from above, got squashed from both sides, and now the ball is in Blue Otter's corner. What a turnaround, and Sin will be on the front lines. Will decide to just be able to play off of her teammate. That's what's important, as Edith, spots the one from down below, and Blue Otter turn it all around.
Like I was watching a little bit of G2 earlier this morning in Santiago when you're rotating with knife out, and you should be aware that players are already closing that gap, especially how they took down Melia in that back of the site, and that was still the player on the top of Rafter. So a little bit of a mistiming, should I say, on the side of FlyQuest on that rotate that rendered quite costly. Sin opening things up. I mean, you saw it from the development of that round. It all went down to those timing pushes. So catching players off guard from the B entrance over to the B rotate. Both sides kind of had slight mistakes, but it's Blue Otter to capitalize this towards the end, and that's a great little kill, because you see this. It's supposed to be an eco. And it's supposed to be an easy round because they had successes with the Outlaw for Blue Otter, but Oasis just got dropped.
And Sin will take over to make sure that that gun is not reachable for FlyQuest. They're happy with the orb that gets the Seekers for Jazzykins, but Was that kill enough to really inspire FlyQuest? I mean, this is a confident team. Do you invest ults into a full save round? It'll depend how this next engagement goes. Jazzykin's gonna make the call. The stack is towards A. Already pulling rotates. While you may have a timing towards Garage, but just kind of chilling out right now. We'll focus on Blue Otter trying to get ramp control, and maybe that rotate pull was enough for May to be like, yeah, they all left. Let's go B.
Exactly. She just calls her rotate back in the first place. The insert from Battison is just to sell a fake in the first place, but not breaking his Seekers is actually a huge mistake. That gives a chance now for FlyQuest to full rotate towards B.
See if they can beat them to the punch. I like that paranoia from Thea. That IGL will try to hold things down. The ship stays afloat, and the backstab gets the spike down. Blue Water may have their heads above water, but they're floundering. They got to get the spike down ASAP. It's just Melia with a Bucky. May should be trying to get that paranoia off ASAP. Already presence being shown. Melia breaks in, and May's got the cutoff, biting at the heels of Melia.
It was very dangerous. Again, because of the positioning of Battison to where Jazzykin's through the Seekers, they're all right next to each other. So I'm pretty sure the first Seeker is going to go, no matter what, towards Battison. So if she breaks it, she should break the other two, at least one, so that they still make FlyQuest think that there's a lean towards the A site. As she lets it through, you see that it heads towards middle, and FlyQuest is like, well, this is just a fake. We know they're heading towards that B site. You saw that they actually almost had that timing. If it wasn't for that Nightfall being thrown on the attack side from Avery, I think it could have been a FlyQuest converting here, that pistol. But here's an up shot and denied.
Not the first time that Blue Water have converted these 4v5s or just these scenarios where should be losing. But FlyQuest were on a pistol, and they did as much damage as they could. Blue Otter now building up to some big ults and mainly shutting down a big win condition from FlyQuest. Edith 2 and 6, uncharacteristic, but waiting for them to be the hero to get the cape on their back. Right now, the null command is what's got us in a stalemate at the moment.
I'd like to think that there was potentially the TP from Thea. I'd have to look back at the replay. Or it's a smoke blooming that the TP was fully blocking the vision of Edith. Couldn't get that pick, and unfortunately there, another small mistake allows FlyQuest to stay in this round.
Melia sensing the spray down and just goes for the wide swing. I can't believe she locked down like that and keeps control of Mail, and FlyQuest stabilized their situation. It's now 4v4. In Blue Water, a lot of these ults are going to be useful once you actually get onto the site, or you can set up Battison to convergent paths in. You'd rather do that with some kind of information, though. We're relying on Avery to make that call. Prowler to check the close corner. Convergent pass now being pulled. Battison gets active. Jazzykins with the surprise yet again. The spike is out, and teamwork will eventually overwhelm the site anchor. Jazzykins falls. 8 seconds left. You gotta get the spike down ASAP, and the fight ensues. FlyQuest are trying to suffocate you as you think you can rest. And that was enough of a delay. Oh, wait, at the last second. Oh, that was so close. May clutches up, keeps the round alive. 2 versus 1. Thea gets hurt on the drop down, and Sin will execute.
It almost felt like they knew that there was no time left for Blue Water because Thea actually TP'd back up so that she could stay alive. That had to be milliseconds. That had to be milliseconds, especially when you saw Ev underhand throw that flash, running through, trying to deny that plant, and somehow it was still spiked down at that A site. What a turn of events. I gotta say, the execution was a little bit off kilter as they were going for the eye in the back of the site, and then it just went for the ult right where the eye was instead of maybe trying to use May's ulti to confirm where Jazzykin was going to be at. But in the end, towards that chaos, through the chaos, Blue Water survives, and they're winning down these numbers, and that calls up that first timeout from Coach Joe, where they probably need to rethink things through here on their defensive side. And so far, it's been just a lot of punishing plays from FlyQuest trying to take B main control. Like from Athea walking out, getting punished. From jumping out, getting punished. From also trying to go for a fake TP for info or a jump TP for info to have either come out for a swing, but the vision's blocked from the TP. Another small mistake. So I think they're going to have to iron that out a little bit more here. I know they're trying to fight for a little bit of map control so that they could siphon players back into like these judges crossfire setups on middle. But they gotta clean up the act on that B main control in the first place.
It definitely seems like there's I mean, Blue Otter can keep punishing Thea at B main. It still seems back and forth on. You still have Ev, who's been the final boss of B at the back stairs. And then Jazzykins has been a very difficult wall to break through when it comes to the A push. So Blue Otter, though, have found success. If they can get Sin onto the site, Viper's Pit's going to be huge. And FlyQuest are so deep pushing through Garage to support They on that fight that they've been getting so consistently. This weakens up the whole right side of the map. Blue Water have full control until Melia shuts it down with the Judge. The Viper's Pit, though, is still difficult to navigate. Sin and Oasis will support each other on that front. FlyQuest will have Jazzykins with a dog if they want to do a bit of exploration just to be proactive before going in blind, while not wanting to overstay their welcome during that decay. Blue Water now can play time and the pit.
Very nice from Blue Water too. But the Dogs is going to find a bit of information, but as you said here, you're just trying to go for some pop damage for FlyQuest. At least they get one, and that's the pit down actually.
Just random pot shots through the pit and you kill the Viper. You don't get any luckier than that, especially when a Judge is waiting for you with open arms. I don't blame FlyQuest for just not wanting to feed orbs at this point, especially with Avery being so close to the Nightfall. So FlyQuest gonna take the quality fights, not just any of them. And Blue Water now have built themselves a pretty serious lead.
Yeah, and that was Avery even close with that Judge at the elbow. I do respect what FlyQuest is kind of doing though, and Blue Water on the call. They have been conditioning a lot of the, defaults and taking early space around Garage in these rounds. And then when you actually have this eco run from FlyQuest, they're just going to say, well, maybe at best we could get 1 or 2 towards that B main default, and then we can get upgraded weapons from our trap play to re-hit towards the A site and flood. But instead, Blue Water, they changed the tempo. They went for a 5-player hit towards that A site, and they really caught FlyQuest off guard a little bit here on their gamble push. But it's okay. That timeout was for this round over here. Another potential for them to be able to do a trap play if they wanted to, because they will have weapons around the big ult from Edith. And we'll have to see here how they want to play this. Will it be Thea jump spotting for the TP once again, and then you could actually activate the convergence path, something at least, so that you could trigger some early map control on the side of FlyQuest. But we'll have to wait and see here, where unfortunately we have a little bit of a microphone issue on one of the players, and we're just going to wait for that to settle down, and then we could continue on with this matchup. But Blue Water continuing to be very impressive from the beginning of kickoff until now. Let me Kiwi.
Yeah, I know. Just the big underdogs. Like, we were all surprised, and not in a bad way. There's just this level of talent. These players have stepped it up in a huge way to now go and contend against a lot of the vets, the tenureship that this FlyQuest roster has. And I think this will be a big round for Oasis, especially with the dimensional drift. If you're worried about any kind of ults on the other side, a pit or something, that has to be Oasis getting all of that info for you. And Blue Water have been doing a fantastic job getting into the A consistently off of waylay dashes or things like that, and dispatching Jazzykins as soon as they can. And Oasis, you lean on them, lean on her even more in this match, because this is one of the few players that has actually been to a grand final on this team. So this high stakes, this pressure, this stress, like Oasis can maybe be part of the person that can calm everyone down and have really secure, confident calling, because that's what you need. And she has that experience from LATAM and NA to boot.
Yeah. And it's a huge wake-up call for FlyQuest so far, because they are the team that are undefeated on this map, being 4-0. And then you're looking on the other side, Blue Water in 2 different occasions trying to fight against Wadada went with 2 different comps. One with Waylay Chamber going into the double duelist now. They both didn't find any victories against Wadada, although you did definitely see that on their attack side, there was slight improvements on how they were able to convert some of these rounds if they were able to play as a team. You see now in this type of matchup though versus FlyQuest is that they're not trying to play as aggro and team slimy as they want to towards the site hits. They're actually defaulting quite well and working around that map and really finding those weaknesses and picking FlyQuest apart. Again, especially towards that B main to start. And then right after that, the full map is open. They could figure out where they want to go towards the end. Even if Jazzykin is trying to do some hero plays towards that A site, there's just too many numbers ahead here for the side of Blue Water to overcome, to be able to hold your line on that defense. And you're seeing now the results of this 6-1. So again, maybe that you're going to start seeing the doubt settling for the type for the side of FlyQuest, because you wanted to start on your harder side where you're starting on defense here for FlyQuest. You forced out a timeout from Coach Joe, and you still haven't found any results. So that could definitely start, you know, creeping up. So you're kind of happy that this tech pause is happening here, so that everybody can kind of be in their own minds and think things through and calm their nerves as they're trying to win their grand finals now for FlyQuest in this kickoff.
I've just been impressed by the high level execution of the double duelist. That's the type of meta that we're entering right now. And players like Jazzykins have to step off of Sentinels and like find out their role on a team. And now you got more duelists, which I think is a perfect meta for a team like Blue Otter that have so many duelists to boot. And you already saw those flavors, those layers of your Waylay dashing in, recalls out, and then the Yoru steps in, and that's just right out of the gates of this grand final. It's not taking that much time for Blue Otter to find a really good stride and to show us complexities to their strategy. A lot of GC is keeping the strategy simple and easy to execute, where you default and you hit the site that looks the best, but we're seeing some pivots. We're seeing mind games, those fakes from Blue Otter, already forcing a team like FlyQuest to have to think twice and to almost hesitate and to keep trying. And Thea, I think, will definitely have to be someone who takes a more passive approach to B, because if that B site keeps getting, I guess, first blooded, Blue Otter may want to take it more towards B, but so far it's been a lot of A hits.
This is the best setting as well for FlyQuest to win their first GC main event. If I'm not mistaken, they've always come second place, only winning first place in open qualifiers, but always falling short against the Wanadas and the Shopify Blacks of the world. So now they have an opportunity now against a new team, Blue Otter. But now it's tough. Dimensional Drift coming out, getting a lot of information, but at least Edith gets that pick towards that A side. They knew now it was a fake towards that B site, and Edith was ready to pick off the first player. Also, I think was the spike carrier, so that will slow down the tempo of the round for Blue Otter, but a great advantage to start for FlyQuest.
Would have liked to see more time before that dimensional drift, like get more firm, secure control of middle so you can get even more time into dimensional drift, because they only got some info on rafters. It was kind of smoked off. You don't know what's at the back of the site. You got a sense of numbers on the left side, but was that enough for Blue Otter? Now they go into the unknown of having that middle control, following up on May, who has not had any engagements or any trade opportunities after Sin fell at that point. FlyQuest are in these somewhat split positions. And oh, the barrel gets spotted, and Melia in trouble. Nice snake bite to delay. We'll get Blue Otter off their backs for now, and even the knife being thrown from Ev. So Blue Otter definitely shook up the nest there. Not even over yet. Now it's Defense Escape, and Jazzykins will make it an exit. Blue Otter will not be able to evict anyone from this site. Make it a 4K for the Sky.
Well done once again, Jazzykins, as I was just mentioning before. Anchoring up on that site, if Jazzykin has players just running into her crosshair, she's definitely going to take him down. You have to be a little bit spread out across that site on the exit to allow yourself a window to really get in towards these sites. But they did a great job, despite the 4 versus 5 for Blue Otter, to really push FlyQuest away from that B line. But they weren't able to force any full rotates on the side of the A site, because there was not enough full pressure through the line of scrimmage, maybe even towards B main, or even Omen making some noise. So there was no gaps really that was there. You kept your positions. FlyQuest was great to be able to hold it down.
And I think there's definitely more value you can squeeze out of these duelist ultimates. I mean, best case scenario, you're able to decloak with the Yoru, like behind enemy lines, and have a fight on your terms, especially surprising FlyQuest. But FlyQuest are able to track them and be one step ahead, and these are the type of rounds that FlyQuest have to convert. And now with an op in the hands of Edith, middle, secure control, but creeping up. Ev puts down 2. The dog's thrown into the mix. Now the flash. Blue Otter still trying to get eyes in, and May will surprise Jazzykins, thinking she was maybe affected by the flash. Jazzykins was not expecting that kind of tussle. But Blue Otter have information to play off of in ramp, so that at least they can follow through on that after downing 2 on the site.
Yeah, they're just cutting. Oh, I was gonna say they were just cutting noise right now, which would have been perfect, because you're starting to see FlyQuest starting to fall back, thinking that everybody pulled through to retake mid control. Now you're just making so much noise. Thea has a good spot here to supply some praise to players.
Wow, Thea as good as ever, but this was a death ball, and only delay it, not fully stop it. Oh, May actually gonna take it elsewhere. Love this ultimate. Now we'll be able to get a plant off. But what is going to be the post-plant position for this to get ahead of the FlyQuest rotates? Try and take this 1v1 as FlyQuest split apart. Edith trying to get a better angle with the op going to the high ground, and Melia wanting to support that. Full sweep of the site. Hey, could
Hitting
wrap
so
around.
tough here too, because Thea has an op. Still gets a chance for May.
Oh, the snake bite. May gets the K, and it's just enough HP for Melia to shut her down in one. My God, that came down to the wire with just the call to go for the Viper spin, the 2v1 as the spike was ticking down. That was scary.
Yeah, the issue going there was that May did an incredible job to stay silent until the pit came out. When the pit came out, she felt nervous that she had to make a play. So throwing the paranoia, she gives away the position where she's trying to flank from or trying to surprise opponents from. All you got to do is just sneak right in there and just hold that line. Either it's shorty or whatnot, you just spray with the whatever you got in that bottleneck coming in from spawn, and it was going to be an easy take no matter in the end. As I was going to mention, very difficult for them to play double inside that pit with one of them having the operator, so you could still kind of walk in and try to surprise your opponent even if you're slightly decaying inside that pit. But unfortunately, it wasn't a case of slight feeling that pressure on the side of May. Couldn't really clutch that 1 versus 2, and now FlyQuest is actually somehow that was so one-sided to kick things off here in this grand finals. Actually closing that gap and starting to find form.
Yeah, it's been a lot more difficult for Blue Otter to consistently hit A without some kind of stop. There's more players within the site for FlyQuest. Is it Jazzykins throwing a dog or a flash? It's Melia or somebody else. So there's a lot more util at this choke point, maybe forcing Blue Otter to have to go for more middle control. And how do you do that when there's an op from Edith sitting in middle and you want to go through vents and have another angle to attack that high ground? So Blue Otter to show us a different look going forward. You sense numbers here if you're Jazzykins, and you could always throw out the Seekers if you're really unsure, but does not want to get spammed out and overwhelmed. Oasis also brings an op into this round, so trying to fight fire with fire as they encroach on that B garage. It's not going to get that peak from FlyQuest that they've noted before.
And you're starting to see too, FlyQuest, how they're currently playing the sites. They are playing more angled up, turtled up, and trying to play off trades and making Blue Water think that they're able to get some good spacing. Because look at how I look at that pressure towards being main, it's non-existent. That doesn't really do much though.
Ooh.
That will though.
I'll put a damper onto things. Hey, FlyQuest have the information. They have the first blood. They're dogging up, and now they've recognized no one's in mail. They've gotten Blue Water to disengage from that point. Smoke up at B, and
seconds left.
FlyQuest, you're fairly secure. You just maybe want to reestablish Jazzykins in middle. But other than that, all is in Blue Water's court on how they're going to make it in here. I think it's off of Madison or Oasis, and that flash will mark for Jazzykins that there is trouble ahead. 13 seconds, and it's coming in quick. Jazzykins has already shut down one on the entry, and Melia, all she has to do is delay with the snake bite. 5 seconds left. Blue Otter never really got to blossom on this attack.
Yeah, they gave up, grabbing that orb, falling back, thinking about the next round. Oh, Melia. All right, thankfully not fully peeking there because Oasis had that line just before the smoke dissipates, but it was... The reason why I said it doesn't give much in terms of the Seekers at that middle mark from Jazzykins is, yeah, you got some info towards mail, but your idea was already to try to let players come through and then you try to trade off each other. So even if they have mail control, you can't react upon that yet because everybody's turtled passively into sight. And yeah, there's 2 sets of shots. The mistake, though, was that push from that A side where you're trying to find your timing, you walk right into an op, you haven't created enough of a diversion so that you could find your timing into A ramp, and everything just kind of slowly fell apart on that Blue Otter take. You're definitely starting to see here with FlyQuest really slowing down that clock and letting Blue Otter really take that first step. They're actually creating their own gaps that FlyQuest are able to take advantage of.
And just FlyQuest, the conditioning they had done at the start of the map to be so forward, so aggressive, has forced Blue Otter to now have to invest more util. Just the Prowler, just to circle around the A orb. But Melia keep middle under control. Battison being removed. That's a big spark plug for Blue Otter. They've relied on them to dash into sight to make that space to trade with Oasis. And, well, speaking of Oasis, none of that either. No duelist, no fun.
Parched, unfortunately, couldn't find anything from Oasis on that peak on the A ramp. You saw that X at middle is Battison just trying to find a timing. Well, that's still a nice entry by Sin.
Sin is the one to take these engagements that you think that they would lose, but Sin locks in, locks on, and Avery found. But Jazzykins will trade, and that means Blue Water have a chance to plant. They have a little bit of delay, but only a little bit of HP, so that's why Sin will plant. May will be the bodyguard. Now you got flashes out from Ev, but not a fight that they can take, and you gotta wait for the smoke to expire if you eat it to get some open sight lines with the op, and Blue Water want to play hide and seek and not stare directly into the sun. Don't want to get antsy. Don't want to get impatient if you're Blue Water. You gotta stick to your guns. As Edith and Ev know time is running out. This corner has to be checked. Saturate thrown, and oh, Ev will execute. Sin down. May lurks in the smoke. Waits for the perfect time to stop the defuse before getting behind the pillar into safety. Edith has to get immediately on it. 16 HP and no time for Edith. Oh, at the last second. Oh, call it a Red Bull clutch for Blue Water.
Very, very nice try on a 2 versus 2. Again, very hard to retake with the operator. The knife from Ev actually spotted the player towards that back, so it was nice what they did. They moved forward, they went for the saturate into the pick, but then they threw a close smoke that kind of threw them off guard, because now you're diffusing just on the outside of that smoke. It's an easier an easier outline for you to jump out of that smoke to get that pick right there from May and jump back in. So the mini Gulag, they could run that clock down. Very nicely played by May, who's been highlighted on that on the desk earlier on before we started the series of how good she's been across multiple agents, playing controllers in different ways, but also now being a clutch factor for this team.
Not the first time. She had 2 4Ks on Corrode against Wadada yesterday. Had a 4K on Split in that series as well. So they can be the one who turns it on. And Edith, well, Oasis won't be playing the game this round. These duelists have been trying to have fights on Blue Water's terms, and that has started to really fizzle out. And you're walking into an op sightline. At least you know where it is now. But 3 versus 5, you just don't have the manpower to get through this or the util. And now you're just fodder to someone like Edith, who's just been fabulous on the op. And that's how FlyQuest climbed back into this map, potentially with a 5-7 ending here, unless May can pull off the impossible, but Edith will still give her the respect, and it is 5-7, still for Blue Water.
Yeah, at least they're able to close that out for FlyQuest, because remember 2 rounds ago at that round number 11, it was a knock kill that opened things up for Edith, and then they were playing a 5 versus 3. Yet it was still a clutch factor win for Blue Otter. And there's been some of those moments going into that Wadada game that clutches were backbreakers for the momentum for Wadada to come back in the game. And that was off these hero plays out of Blue Water that they've once again also mentioned on the desk of how individually Blue Water are very aware of where their opponents are at when they have to go into these clutch scenarios or in these mid-roundings where they have to find timings. They're really good at those. But thankfully, though, we still have a game in our hands moving into the second half because FlyQuest were able to muster up 5 rounds on the defense. And this is where it could potentially get hard for Blue Water. FlyQuest, excellent on the attack. 5-player hits have always been super good off the tip of the spear, being Edith, creating all that space. And Ev following behind with flashes and other players behind as well with Ev. They're so good at trading off each other, so when it comes down to these sight hits, that Blue Water have to be ready for these rounds.
I'm ready for this Ev masterclass on the flashes too, along with Jazzykins. Ev has had so many years on the initiator. And now it's FlyQuest that will give a chance to show us how they execute their plans in their strat book. Right now, it's this bait and switch and trying to get Blue Otter to bite down on this in middle, but now FlyQuest will get to chomp down on someone in ramp, and Addison and a one-and-done spy will be able to escape. Thanks to Melia, actually.
Very good, though. That dog that spots both of them actually creates like a little bit of a red alert. Blue Water is already mass rotating towards the A side. Now this flash also clearing towards A ramp allows them to rotate through vents and now pins her into the A heaven control.
30 seconds left.
It's tough. FlyQuest thought could have had a weakened member here of Blue Otter. Now FlyQuest are stuck trying to kick down the door, and they have, at least when it comes to the high ground. Drop down, Battison makes it difficult, but now the death ball from FlyQuest will descend in a big ping from the haunt as Avery looks for a backstab. They're all looking the other way, but Avery misses their chance to surprise. FlyQuest just can't seem to develop or really stop Blue Otter once they track them down. So Blue Otter will take now both pistols of Split.
That was such a good haunt by Avery, too. Pinging all three players, putting the tethers around as you're spreading across the site for FlyQuest. Ring around the Rosie back towards the elbow. Unfortunately, it didn't hit. It looks so good for FlyQuest. They almost had the perfect backstabs into these timings until Battison dropped right there. As soon as Battison dropped, and look at that combo, it wasn't only onto the haunt, but there was a paranoia with it. So now they couldn't really hear where the opponents are coming from as well, except for one player that didn't get hit by that paranoia. And really threw a stick in the wheels here on FlyQuest, trying to get that last second plant over towards that A site.
Ooh, we're playing chicken with an outlaw. Ooh. Guardian Angel on their side, but Edith floats like an angel and does not get to sting like a bee, unfortunately. And FlyQuest have to go with an alternative, which, hey, they have that ramp control and they could just easily fall back into vents. You're gonna leave Ev here inserted, which the classic, the right click, you don't want to underestimate how much that can hurt. FlyQuest still have a smooth ride towards A, and Melia getting ahead of the game, and Ego challenge and converts a 2-for-1. You still take those. You need Jazzykins to get up there and hold some kind of control, but now all these solo hero challenges from FlyQuest has netted them with just one person left, 1v3, and the spike hasn't been planted yet. That is a lot on Jazzykins' plate. At least go off of the information. Missed chance for Avery, and Jazzykins will take that window to escape.
That's huge. Avery got scared too because they got dinked through the wall from that hero play coming out from Melia. So the first dink headshot and then almost getting a triple, but gives an opening. A good plant for Jazzykins.
Whoa, Jazzykins could clutch this for FlyQuest. It turns and burns on Sin. Oh, an Oasis. We'll close the chapter on that clutch. Not gonna happen. Anti-Eco converted by Blue Otter.
That was such a nice try by Jazzykins too. Oh my god, was that nice. On the tight jiggles. Drive by with the Bulldogs, with the picks, and then even isolating, knowing that there's going to be a flank from that main side. Wins that duel. And unfortunately, it's a ghost penetration that gets her in the end from Oasis on that 1v1. I gotta say, that dash from Edith was actually quite nice. I feel that that could have been tweaked a little bit better by FlyQuest if Thea actually had a paranoia to throw towards Heavens. If she didn't throw it, or if she did, it missed, it's fine. But if not, she was already in position towards Ramen. If that paranoia came through, Edith probably could have had a nice little one pump with the Bucky and retreat and give already that player advantage for the side of FlyQuest. But at least they'll get it this round.
Kind of deja vu of the Omen lurk at B main, just gets shut down from an outlaw. It's the tables have turned.
Out of turntables, yeah.
Because that was such a lot of blood has been shed from Blue Water and Anti-Eco. It's not as strong here for the bonus. FlyQuest gotta get back on their high horse.
Here's how it gets telegraphed. They're gonna flash around the corner. They're gonna dash above the A site and then KO flash behind the Viper wall and then flood through. That's been their bread and butter and how they execute every single time. If it hasn't changed, then that should be ready here for Blue Water.
Dog flashes, smokes, knife on the site. Synchronized well here for FlyQuest. No one home, but that means no one from Blue Water affected. Clone shot at the front. Thea gets a bit nervous, decides to drop. And Blue Water, a 2-2 split. Coming down ramps, coming down screens. A pain sandwich as FlyQuest have two really passively back A. Try and catch that walk down. Jazzykins just expended her last flash, so it's time to put up or shut up. And Thea has been silenced. 2 left on the site here for FlyQuest. Time running out, and Blue Water are not winning on any of these pushes or any of these fronts, and it's not going to get better with a Bucky with Battison, especially with how healthy the opposition is. So, good attempt for Blue Water. FlyQuest got to execute, and there wasn't anything to dispatch those planes.
And a little bit of damage done. That's fine. Dying in a spike too. You pick up an orb. You've won some good rounds here for the side of FlyQuest. The economy's still very good with 4 players alive, so definitely somebody could drop you. So it was sort of telegraphed on how FlyQuest moved around that map, but the utility was slightly different this time around. Jazzykins didn't really follow up with the rest of the team. They wanted to save their flashes for the flood retake, thinking that Blue Otter, after they threw the first wave of util, well, they realized that nobody was contesting back here on that A site, so they could save a little bit of that utility for that post plan, which works perfectly for FlyQuest. Now this is an early smoke for them to take mid control, and you're seeing a nice little early push by Battison towards that B main, though. This is some great information to gain, especially with that eye towards that front side. You now know that FlyQuest should be defaulting a lot towards middle. That now forces Sin to fall back just a little bit more and play the off angle as well. But that now is an overextension.
That's the waters. It's looking pretty murky. FlyQuest, it's something to work off of, though. You know you have a weakened B site. But with vents, with this full default still into effect for FlyQuest, a decision has to be made here from Thea. Listening in carefully, ready to throw a paranoia, but need someone to really fight off of that. It's FlyQuest that need to go in with confidence. Jazzykins and Ev, 2 flashes. Ready to scrap, and ooh, just the shoulder spotted, and Sin had Jazzykins at half health, still couldn't get that kill. Incredible resilience from Jazzykins that gets him the high ground. So May has to pull off a hero play, hearing the stopping, double kill converted. That is huge for Blue Water. And Oasis double kill at the front. Heroics across the board from this defense. Fighting at the heels of FlyQuest, who now only have Edith in a 1v2. Definitely possible. But, oh, man. All the util thrown their way. They thought they had a moment to plant, and now it's time to squabble up, and it's against Avery. Edith playing with their time, and it's now taking it. There's no time. You have to kill now, and Avery tested your patience long enough. Blue Water to double digits.
I was so close. Again, I respect what Edith is trying to do here in these clutch moments. A big mistake from FlyQuest. Guys, there's still 30, 40 seconds as you've made your first contact towards B Heaven. That is fine. You've already controlled the orange hallway of that B site. Try to just stay alive in that spot to force now May to maybe overextend again towards that B garage. You can't rotate with knife out, Thunderfoot back into the garage where you never had the control in the first place. Look at how ready you were already for May. Hearing Melia come in from all the way from spawn to meet up with Thea and close that gap. And now the gap is too close where they can't even spread apart going into the double swing. And they both get caught off guard, and that really toppled down the first engagement that they were able to get on their side for FlyQuest before. And yeah, as we talked about a change of tempo from Blue Water in today's game, we're seeing very similar things for FlyQuest. As I talked about how good they've been of just 5 players site slamming with all of this util, they've been defaulting a lot more around the map, but it doesn't really feel like they have some sort of final finish where they kind of want to work in tandem and coordination to really finish these rounds cleanly. It does get quite messy. You still are asking a lot of hero plays coming out from players to be able to win these rounds, with that exception, of course, of that round number 15 on your attack side, because you're playing against a bonus round from Blue Water, a much lower buy. Blue Water, man, they're really running away with the economy on their side too. Got some outlaws that's going to be able to one-shot 4 players across the board.
And this is a best of 5, so this is not a sprint. This is a marathon. You got to keep energy in the tank, and hopefully this confidence it's built up. Oh, that's a kneecap. Be careful there. Sin, or not Sin, sorry, Melia, 10 HP, is getting chased. But actually the Yoru falls back, so FlyQuest already getting pushed to their limits, but with Edith ready with conversion paths and vents, this is going to be the point to attack in.
With the heal, that's now 5 players one-shottable with the outlaw. But yes, I was gonna say the convergence path was gonna be huge. Misses.
Edith already feeling like they have to pull it out after the Prowler discovered them. They had to kill Avery. You don't know what's around the corner, so FlyQuest, decisions are made for them. Hacking round that goes their way with the site fully cleared out. FlyQuest doing a good job with that first blood, and it's not the best of buy for Blue Water as chances of winning this round are diminishing. At least Blue Otter have the high ground to play with. Seekers pulled out from Jazzykins. Just identify where those players are coming from. Now flashes towards Rams. Maybe giving an advantage here for Thea, but with just a classic. I mean, they need more than just a flash. They need a team. FlyQuest are now turtled up, and Blue Water will expose them with the convergent pass and the guns. Blue Water just outdueled them.
Yeah, I mean, the convergence path actually hit all 3 players in the back of the site for FlyQuest. Nothing they could do there for FlyQuest as soon as he lost the A main control. That was so nice. The TP, you're holding out towards the screens. You're making sure that Sin could rotate across to the team. She upgrades to the weapon that was left behind by Avery, who got dropped earlier on. It was a blind ult from the side of FlyQuest that didn't get any value, but a great ult on the defense, knowing where the positions of some players would be after a pulse plant. It actually hit so many players, and they flood back in and destroy FlyQuest on their attempt to hold the pulse plant. What a nice start for Blue Otter. Again, the underdog of this whole tournament.
I was on a lower buy. That was incredible for Blue Water. FlyQuest, though, have to double up their score, double up their kills, and you have already Edith dashing on the high ground, already opening up the round, as dependable as ever. Oh my, we're shooting bodies already. We're in for a good grand finals, folks, and you got the Viper's Pit. Has engulfed Avery, decaying them down to nothing. But May shows up with a double kill. That is insane. Expect the unexpected. But Avery is left as the lone wolf for Blue Water to possibly get them to match point. All depends on how they address this very big problem in front of them. It's a high-low. Beautiful for FlyQuest. They're not done yet.
Yeah, they almost got it done, though, for Blue Otter. Again, another one of those rounds where we opened up perfectly for FlyQuest, and almost inside the chaos of the pit, FlyQuest almost had numbers dwindling down. And thankfully, they still had numbers up after the chaos towards the screens. And that high-low you just mentioned was good enough. But that was an expensive round for both FlyQuest and Blue Water. Thankfully, though, that you see Blue Water is on an eco. So this is an opportunity for FlyQuest to come up here with 2 rounds in a row, and here is the all too familiar 5-player hit.
Ooh, the death ball, some resistance here for Blue Water, but that paranoia forced the recall out for Blue Water. Even Avery with the classic takes one down with them. FlyQuest got delayed too with the snake bite that was thrown. They weren't able to just flood in easily. Null Command, though, will put the ball back in FlyQuest court, taking an alternate path. Careful of what Battison can do with the Sheriff. It's called GC Sheriff for a reason, guys. Pay attention. Blue Water gonna hold their lineups, though, as FlyQuest want to try and get to the back of the site.
Just trying to find their timing pretty much at this point. They're hoping that Blue Water is going to try to find the information, especially with Avery being down. They might have to start base checking to figure out where the mid-round could be.
They spotted the one in screens. That's something FlyQuest can work off of. As Oasis doesn't see that one coming. Big lapse there. FlyQuest have scoured all the power positions they need, but have to actually get onto the side. And that's where Battison can at least take one for the road. Oh, Edith pounces. Battison is just prey, and that means FlyQuest should secure themselves not only the plant, but also the round. May could not adjust well. Melia still with good patience in that duel. And Sin managed to recover a Vandal, so I think you'd want to save it in a 1v4, but...
Make it expensive. I think that's fine. You could buy into the next round for Blue Water anyways. And any other kills that you're getting is forcing more buys out of FlyQuest, but she missed that timing of that first time heaven. Oh my gosh, okay. I really wanted to try to go for that one with the wall going down on the attack But yeah, not able to do extra damage. That was all right though for Blue Water. I gotta commend the haunt from Avery. They've been trying to throw that oftentimes right at the A orb to try to counter the Viper Wall slam coming out here from FlyQuest. They got 1 kill with the classic out of it, but starting to see here that pattern as you keep moving here towards this A side and using your saturate on site as well. There's really nothing kind of slowing down the A side for Blue Water. So if that continues to happen, they could just start swinging out and spraying, which is what you're trying to set up at least to start.
Oh, the Viper's pit. FlyQuest are infiltrating, and Sin repositions and catches Thea looking the wrong way, and the spike's in the pit. This is the worst possible situation for FlyQuest to be in. But they got 2 flashers, they got a lot of util. They're still gonna make the most out of this as FlyQuest hope to evict that Viper, and Sin is still somehow alive. And so are the rest of Blue Water. They'll get to match point. That is a fumble and a half for FlyQuest.
Match point.
Yeah, that's a fumble where it gets intercepted and then ran into your own zone. A touchdown for Blue Water to put them at map point. I mean, that you're walking into the pit with spike, walk contact when needed. I mean, at that point, you maybe had a recall, so you could maybe recall and then try to have Thea spray through where you're recalling from. Maybe that was the idea, but yeah, that was tough to look at. That all of your efforts to really come back in this game where he was pretty clean in the previous rounds. Unfortunately, now potentially slips. Look at this buy. Thea once again has to force a weapon for one of her teammates where she has none for hers.
So much information from Oasis, calling out all those numbers still in sewers, and Blue Water can now push up the perimeter if want to take that risk. No, to converge down into the middle. Flash into vents. The Nightfall is a response here for Blue Water. Good resistance. That gives Sin and Avery the heads up in the fight, and the spike is in the middle of an island, and FlyQuest need a raft. They need more than that. They feel like they need a miracle. You have an op and a sheriff, and you're still trying to switch up the weapon. Oasis looks down at the wrong moment. Melia locks in, and this is salvageable for FlyQuest now that the smokes come up to at least have the spike in hand.
There was looking for a weapon the whole time as well, and so was Melia. Finally, 2 Vandals to pick things up, but they have to be aware of this so far, right? Remember, Battison threw a saturate into sewers, so FlyQuest has to be aware of a potential position out towards A main. So if they're going to try to clear this out, maybe walk down towards that ramp and try to find Battison. They probably won't know about Avery, but I would like that call of them trying to stay together to make sure that they trade out a 2 versus 1 on wherever they want to go.
Ollie's gonna have to wait for more fuel to maybe seal off that ramp's position, so will be exposed. 12 seconds though. FlyQuest, it's match point for Blue Water. It's all up to these two to step up to extend this split. And you have May teleporting in as Thea with a double kill. May have just put the cape on her back. And May has been heroic themselves. Could still try to win this, but that was an incredible shot from Thea at IGL, and even though you had the duel, you hold the L, and FlyQuest, they got more lives where that came from.
How selfless is that from Thea? We just talked about her buying a weapon for her teammate as the IGL, picks up a weapon mid-round, and then converts with 2 impact frags. Remember when I talked about the amount of time she's getting punished towards that B main defense? She's redeeming herself in these moments to keep FlyQuest in the game for now on their attack side, especially after that fumble that we saw through that pit the round prior. That might now force a timeout, from Blue Water. The last one that they have available, the last one that we have in regulation. And this is a big round coming through for Blue Water. You're seeing them buy across the board. They are investing into this. Outlaw, Bucky on the defense, which is fine. They're on defense. That allows for you to really lock down that the mid round. And you're seeing how many times it's been costly for FlyQuest that they're scratching the bottom of the barrel to win these rounds. Their economy isn't the best either. So 2 of them are actually one-shottable by May's Outlaw. I feel that you're going to have to start posting on these extremities and maybe even have May try to go for that B main pick. She's been very good in those reaction shots, while you still have the standard of what you have on that A side. The double pressure from the double duelist, just to try to keep some players at bay, funnel the players towards that B site. And maybe they don't even need to do that because FlyQuest is about to go for a 5-player hit towards that B site right into the Outlaw.
Sin has been so dependable holding middle by herself, so I like the judge play. It's still going to feel just as impactful as a full buy, in my opinion. How she's been able to control that space, but the FlyQuest death ball is hard to deny. Flash deep into the site with the dash follow-up. FlyQuest don't find anyone home, at least that they think, as Sin lurks with the judge, and even at a distance, to scratch the surface of the plot armor. FlyQuest remain all 5 intact, and with the heals from Jazzykins, in a better position than when they started with. But Madison opens up from the flank. B Garage is a problem. FlyQuest got to get proactive, but they get blinded. As Blue Otter have the convergent pass lined in. It's time for Madison to shine. On the back of the site as FlyQuest try to stay hidden and play the corners of the crossfire. And Blue Water kick the door down, but they need time to defuse. And Ev just has to delay. 1, 2, and the final shot for the Red Bull clutch.
Ev coming in huge here. You were sticking that spike defuse for Blue Water. And somehow a 1 versus 3. We talked about so many hero plays coming out from Blue Water, but it's this time coming out from FlyQuest. Look at that. Sitting in his position is great, but she was getting pinched from the front and the back. You have 2 players in spawn. Where's the Yoru flash? Where's the Omen flash to at least protect her in the back so that she can guarantee a judge kill in the front? Miscoms coming through, but at least Ev is there. Another veteran across the roster for FlyQuest that keeps the game in for their attack side.
This kickoff isn't the first or the last rodeo for Ev. Showing up, FlyQuest pushing the limits, trying to force OT. And they infiltrate. Edith at the top, King of the Hill style. And Blue Water completely dismantled. And it's FlyQuest that are going to go the distance. And May and Sin just don't have the weaponry. Melia with the Outlaw. It's the only sheriff in this town. Sin will go down with the ship or punish someone from FlyQuest that checks out screens. Either way, I'm getting a feeling we're going to OT. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll have to see. There'll be some money available for Blue Water for the last round, but you see how good that flash is from Jazzykins. That's what I'm talking about. That 5-player slam that they do, they always have Thea also TPing up on Heaven. But when you have that dash on the top of the flower pots at the default, and the flash from Jazzykin basically covers the whole site from Benji Fishy to the back of default to the back of flowers to hell, the only big gap there is that can take advantage of is front of elbow in front of screens. So you get to spray from there. But you see now FlyQuest trying to play behind the flower pots and they get fully blinded from that. And it's a free kill for Edith as they dash in. So maybe when it comes down to positioning and try to ante this 5-player hit on the A side from FlyQuest, it was missed a little bit by Blue Water.
This has drastically changed since the FlyQuest timeout. 5-3 ever since they sat down with Coach Joe. Now they want to sit down with a timeout, or not a timeout, an overtime here very soon. It's FlyQuest already trying to pull towards Sin, and Oasis will have her back. Now the high ground's going to be ever so difficult for FlyQuest to penetrate through, and Elia's got also eyes within the site. It's looking pretty empty. FlyQuest are also stretching thin, looking for options elsewhere.
This is difficult too because you don't have any more smokes for Thea. So you almost have to ask now for Melia to wall up and down and for Ev to maybe try to go for a hero play. If they could win this 1v1 against Madison, that is an opportunity here for FlyQuest.
Oh, Madison just dodging out from the flash and saturate to keep person in their place. FlyQuest scale up to B, and Sin will readjust after already cutting down 1. And Jazzykins tries to do it all on her own. Impactful as ever, but the spike is down. It's a 2 versus 3 as FlyQuest still have to salvage this, and you'll pull Ev towards the side of the map. Edith gets in position to plant. Out in the open, though. Ev not in position to support immediately.
You have the crossfire.
So you got that going. Heard the drop down. Edith steady now as Ev flash Edith as well. The swing out for Madison. Oasis and Avery trying to coordinate it, and Ev gets eyes on the spike. Avery sandwiched between a rock and a hard place with OT on the line, and Avery has to choose their battles. And it's about the war. It's about this 1v1.
The Molly.
No, the nade right on the post plant. That'll be the nail in the coffin for Avery as FlyQuest force overtime.
Switching sides.
A 2 versus 3 converted, and a 4 versus 5 actually converted from FlyQuest when they lost the initial push into heaven from Thea dying right there. Again, hero plays coming out from timing. Look at Jazzykins finds that timing as she loses her teammate, gets the opener, and they're able to find instant trades out of that to go for this last hero play. We got so scared for the side of Blue Otter, where you saw them pull back, trying to stay as a group, and then really trying to not cause any mistakes. So nobody really wanted to try to push out and bait themselves to go for instant trades. And you just jiggled, made it so easy for FlyQuest to keep their crosshairs honed down for the wall bangs and the picks. And FlyQuest stays alive in this fight. And we're going once again to extra innings on the first map for Blue Water for the first map of the BO5.
Extra innings in a grand final. Are you kidding me? This is only the beginning of the Game Changers season. And against and it's FlyQuest at 13-3, their rival, Blue Otter, who lost this map just yesterday. And look at this turnaround just for 24 hours later as Blue Otter encroach on middle. They just spot Jazzykins, but she's got enough in her arsenal to keep suppressing Blue Otter if they dare to challenge that space.
You still see that they're continuously playing this offing on the top of heaven. Again, going into like an old style of playing split, where when the map first came out, it was a lot of pressure into mid, wall, smoke, and then going into an evolution of playing a little bit more passively on the top of the chokes of A and B heaven, so you could allow these fast rotates on the defense.
A 6-1 lead for Blue Water. Ball's in their court in overtime. Oasis quick to extinguish Jazzykins. But down from below, Melia will watch as this round develops in FlyQuest's favor, but not before the Blue Water trades come in. But Oasis on their last life. And Ev, as deadly as ever, now the high ground for the defense, and Blue Water still has the plan. It's all up to Avery. 1 versus 2, and Ev only needs themselves as FlyQuest will go to match point here in OT.
Switching sides.
What a moment right now for Ev to really shine in the second half. 23, 16, and 12 as a KO, where KOs usually do not shine on this map, and they're playing it to their comfort and they're playing it to where it works for FlyQuest. But look at how much even Edith, I'm going to have to keep praising Edith on how they're playing on the attack side as well. This might be the round that FlyQuest will be able to close out this matchup, because look at this continuous condition that they've been doing hitting towards the A site. They're going to do it again with the double flashers and the dash, and then try to walk into B.
Playstyle has never let FlyQuest down. At least that's really the hand that they're showing. Dashes, flashes, the investment into A. Blue Otter are scrambling. The whole team is on its way. This is a look you've seen from FlyQuest before. They stare down the B site, and look who's returning, May. And even that gate crash from Oasis, they are quick to reestablish their defense. But is that the window FlyQuest walk into? They want to be careful.
The only thing is May threw a one-way smoke at the entrance of that B site the whole time. So that created so much pressure that didn't allow FlyQuest to be confident and walk into B main. But they slowed down the tempo. Now they're forcing these face check out of Blue Water because you've now cycled your initiator util. You found no information. You're trying to figure out where the players are at. And Edith, once again, is able to get the first punish and the first blood now for FlyQuest. They could wait for the second wave of util to come out for F and maybe get the second knife. No, they're faking towards the B site. It's a beautiful kill. That opens up A for them to take. What?
Well, Ev's shooting bodies, but the spike's going elsewhere, and that'll just free up A and make things as smooth as butter for FlyQuest to potentially turn around a 1-6 deficit from how split started. FlyQuest have gotten so much out of their timeouts. Still have to close out your 5 versus 2. It looks GG, but how can Sin and Avery overcome what looks to be the impossible? Sin coming up through ropes. And the wall comes up. Melia is gonna already spot the barrel. That could be the kiss of death. Now Avery has to do it solo. And the spike ticks down. And there is just no way. But we'll go out kicking and screaming. And at least with a smile on their face. And a little trade at the end. But wow, what a map one of our grand finals, folks. 14-12 in favor of FlyQuest. That was more difficult than I think even they expected it to be.
Yeah, and Ev actually delivered the kiss of death with those entries on that B side. How the hell did they do like this first pick 180 to the second one on default? They are player fourth quarter pretty much as how well they played in the last few rounds of regulation into the OT. They were the difference maker that allowed FlyQuest to really close out that first map. But indeed, as you mentioned here, Lemon Kiwi, it wasn't an easy map for FlyQuest. That was supposed to be pretty one-sided in the first place, where so many teams were not able to pass like the 9-round mark for across the board through kickoff, and Blue Water was at least able to bring this into overtime.
It just feels like only the experience of FlyQuest just going down to 1-6 keeps them calm, keeps them composed, because they know they can come back. They know how to make the most out of their timeouts, and FlyQuest pull out ahead with both overtime round wins. Incredible stuff. On their map pick, though, up next, we'll go to Blue Otter's playground of Pearl. That'll be up next, so don't go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Verizon Game Changers NA Kickoff Grand Finals. One map done, hopefully many more to come. My name is Zoe, and joining me on the desk are Athena and Ash. And leave it up to Blue Otter to just go the distance once again, because that's what they did yesterday for literally every map. However, this time it's FlyQuest coming out on top. Let's break it down. Let's talk about how they got it done, because FlyQuest were off to a rough start, right? They're just hard focused on that B and ran into it and tried and tried and tried. And it wasn't until a timeout that was being called where they kind of changed things up.
Yeah, we were talking about it a little bit in the green room, like that first half being so heavily one-sided towards Blue Otter, starting up 6-1. And Athena, you're the one who was pointing out the fact that a lot of that came down to like the early engagements that FlyQuest were giving over towards that B side, just walking into their crosshairs, going for that fight consistently. And then after the timeout gets called, the adjustment is made on the FlyQuest camp. They've managed to get a couple of those rounds on defense. I think that we have to give a lot of credit to Jazzy, how she was able to hold down those sites to make that half a lot closer than it originally was.
Yeah, and it got really close towards the end. This round, that 1v3 for Ev to kind of put that game over the edge and bring it to overtime as well. And then also just taking these fights, getting this 2K on a B fake actually, while the rest of their team is all the way on the A side. It was kind of wild. And earlier we talked a little bit too, Ash, about how this was an 11-6 lead for Blue. They were just struggling to get those last two rounds put together, and they really needed to get it done. But it just was a little bit of a struggle. And FlyQuest, they adapted really well to the way that Blue was playing.
I know, when we were talking about, I think, how that second half was going, Vans was giving it a shout out during the cast as well. Like, those A pops coming out from FlyQuest look so comfortable. Like, you have Ev, who has that Molly lineup for behind the TV, mid A site, then the pop flash through that toxic screen. Like, they were doing so much to support Edith on those entries to really rack up those rounds and bring it a lot closer. And then heading into that overtime too, like the insane clutch factor from Ev, Athena, it was just beautiful to see.
Yeah, it was kind of insane. And I think also looking at the stat sheet right here, you can see that every single player almost had a crazy impact on this game. Everyone was taking their ones. It was super brawl heavy. And I think that's the biggest reason that it went into OT. But for me personally, I really want to talk about Edith and Jazzy, because Ash, earlier you talked about how Jazzy was one of the reasons that their defense side was so solid. And she was constantly clutching out, getting 2 or 3 kills every time they tried to push her site. Meanwhile, when we flipped over to that attack side, we saw Edith doing so much work, getting a lot of those entries, with the operator on the defense side too, really having a big impact on these rounds. And it feels like these two players were one of the key reasons that FlyQuest managed to bring it back.
Yeah, it certainly was. And I love that dynamic, you know, Jazzy being that solid rock on that defense, and then Edith being able to come alive on that attacking side. And a lot of that just gets enabled by the composition that FlyQuest Red are running too. Like having that KO and that Sky to support Edith when they are going for those full dive moments with the Saturate is just exactly what you want to see for your duelist. Edith able to get 8 and 3 when it comes down to those opening picks had so much impact on opening up these rounds for FlyQuest to bring it back.
And I think you have to talk about too is like the mentality that you have to have in games like these where you're so far down, 6 and 11, and they just bring it back and they work together so well. The calling from Thea was really good. A lot of the mid-rounding was good. And it just felt like they found their form when they started speeding up, changing up their tempo and changing up their pace to just catch Blue off guard.
It was great to see those individuals having such high impact. F, you already shouted out a little earlier in the replay there as well. Some really, really crazy impact towards the very end of the series, clutching it up for the team on KO, something that Vansili also mentioned, not necessarily an agent that has a huge impact on this map usually. Now, speaking of maps, let's see where we're headed next. I believe... Did I write? Yeah, Pearl. I wrote it down. I did my duty. Yeah, Pearl. So Lemon Kiwi did introduce it as Blue Otter's playground, but I mean, FlyQuest has been looking good on this map too. Both of these teams have 100% win rate.
Yeah, it feels like for both of them, this is a solid map. I think for me, one thing to think about, obviously coming off of that first win for FlyQuest, they're gonna have a little bit of that momentum. But for Blue, we talked a lot about them having a lot of tape to go off of. And the thing with Blue too is their last matchup against Wadada, they actually changed their comps right away. And so I think going into this, I wouldn't be surprised if Blue has a little bit of a surprise factor trying to face FlyQuest on this Pearl. But it's definitely a little bit more of an explosive map in terms of just fighting and taking their ones. And I think that's where Blue really tends to shine, when they're not hesitating a little bit like they were on Split.
It's going to be really interesting to see, I think, the differences in composition when we're heading into Pearl as well, with the fact that Edith we're expecting them to be on that Neon, and then on the side of Blue Otter, they're running that double duelist historically with the Waylay and the Yoru. You get a little bit more of that support for the Waylay player going in, the Yoru being able to kind of like follow up, flash in. Meanwhile, for the side of FlyQuest Red, it's a lot of those moments where you're going to be expecting Edith to be that dive player going in a little bit more separated from the team. FlyQuest are definitely going to have to be very diligent about their protocoling. I think that when it comes down to that double initiator as well, you have a bit of a slower start at the beginning of those rounds on the attacking side, because they have to get a bit more of that information before actually going for that burst execute, very similarly to what we saw from them on Split.
And I think too, FlyQuest is the perfect team to do that, right? Like, they're so good with their protocols, with a lot of the setup and making sure that their duelists can get a lot of that space and push up and get those frags. And so going into it, we are going to see that same comp from both sides. But I talked a little bit about this, but I think that for Blue Otter, for me, I really want to see a little bit more from Battison and Oasis in terms of how they trade off of each other. We saw a little bit of these kind of picks. We saw a little bit of these things where they were doing a good job of trading, where Battison would go in and then double dash back, and then Oasis, was there to kind of get the trade, but it felt like they were hesitating just a little bit too much towards that second half. And so for Pearl, I'm looking at Blue Otter, and especially these two duelists, to put that into play.
And I love that shout out, Athena, because when you're looking at the stats as well, the attacking side has historically been the slightly weaker side for Blue Otter. That's not to say it's not good, but when you're going up against a FlyQuest Red that has a 73% win rate on defense as well, this first half here for Blue Otter is going to make all of the difference for map 2 of Pearl.
And the pressure is on them. FlyQuest currently up one map. Can they bag another one and put themselves on match point? Let's find out and send it back over to Lemon Kiwi and Van Silly.
Thank you so much, Zoe and the desk. Oh, this grand final has been absolute cinema. We could not ask anything more than an overtime on FlyQuest's map pick. But like the desk highlighted, both of these teams are undefeated on Pearl. This is going to be another banger. I just feel it.
Yeah, and it almost feels like this series, even though that FlyQuest won the first map, this is still Blue Otter that has this matchup in their hands under control. Because going back into yesterday's game, Blue Otter again was playing against a Wadada that used to be very unstoppable in this chamber comp, and somehow they still toppled them. Games that went to overtime, games that went into last round of regulation for them to win. So when it comes down to grit, tenacity, or endurance in a BL5, as an inexperienced 5-player roster of Blue Otter, they definitely have it. So right now to play against FlyQuest, I feel that confidence could still continue on over on this map. And they play this map in a very weird way, where both of their duelists, even if they want to play a snipe on the attack side, usually don't use it. They want to give it to Sin to try to open things up for them so they could double dive into these sites. So it starts off with a B-side push, rather.
Old stack 2, turret left behind, Thea left behind as that first blood. Falling back behind that turret though is Melia, hoping to delay, take her one in this back hallway, because Trouble's around the corner, and that Trouble has been dispatched. Oh my god, throwing Blue Otter in disarray, already in the pistol. Melia dropping bombs as usual, meaning Blue Otter have to take a step back and respect it, especially after that knife was thrown from Jazzykins. Maybe enough time being bought for a flank to be exploited here from this fade, but doesn't matter. Blue Otter is still gonna make the most out of this, and wow, they get dismantled on all fronts.
It almost seems like this game is gonna be a big game for both KJs across the board, because as much as I like to talk about Sin and how good she's been on defense as this KJ, Melia also has been superb as anchor players. And on top of that, I think pretty sure she was rotating from the link side to help out on Theo, who unfortunately once again gets caught out in the open on a beeline. And it's quite interesting of where she died, because it shouldn't be a common spot or a spot at all for you to jiggle towards the top B line to get information. So that kind of threw her off, but thankfully the rest of the team was there to help out. And Blue Water can't even get a plant, so they have to go for a full classic round to crunch into Predictor.
Oh, make it 4-0, 5-0. Oh, the full ace! Melia with an MVP-like performance already in round 2. Judge, jury, and executioner.
Yeah, a little bit of a Timmy the Turret help from that one to play the bait. Already saw that the rush was coming through, and now you're playing Judge at this range. It's pretty much GG. Got to give the assist as well from Ev. With that knife that goes in towards middle, there's no extra util that could get thrown in there, so it's such easy pickings for Melia. And look at this round. You're now going into their bonus round with 1 orb away from ulti. You're going to keep that Judge for sure. You're also forcing Blue Water to respect mid control because of that Judge. So you're flushing him towards the extremities where Edith is holding with the Outlaw, where they're double pushing up towards that A main. We'll see if they can hold things back now for FlyQuest and convert a bonus.
Dude, 8-0 after 2 rounds is just so unheard of. And if anyone who knows ball knows that Melia is the GOAT. Like when she played in VCT Spotlight, and even Austin in his interview was like, this girl's insane. She was dropping 30 bombs at the VCT Spotlight. Those were some good times, and she definitely is having an explosive performance for FlyQuest already. But just wait for Blue Water to buy up right here. This could be how they quell those expectations. Now more of a normal default Blue Water, but inserted. Oh, Edith. Well, that's a bullet in the chest of Sin for another first blood for FlyQuest.
Yeah, that was actually a nice headshot. That's a full one, like, because you had full shields on 4 players, and Sin was one of them. Yet the Outlaw still one-shots you from the headshot, so that's super nice. Not a drone forcing at least the fallback from the players of FlyQuest, but they still have players' advantage. And the map is so huge right now that it's so hard for them to rotate across. They need now the Astra to maybe make some sort of noise so that they could actually start moving towards the A main. Even a nice spots the Euro towards that site. They could stay now 3 players towards A. This is not looking good here for Blue Water to convert this gun round that they have.
At least it's not the worst case if it's your KJ dying. Can at least have a lot of offensive util, and Battison is lethal, but how about 7 seconds to plant? Blue Water's gonna get it done now. FlyQuest smell blood in the water, but they're really cut off by the wave of util that is stopping them from crossing over, and Ev has just confirmed a 4K at a distance. Wow, all behind that initiator as FlyQuest are still flawless in this half.
Yeah, you have an ace from Melia to a 4-pack from Ev, a Killjoy ult available in the next round. They are looking to come out strong in this second map and not try to make this as difficult for them. They are trolling a little bit here as you're dancing across with the spike the fuse, but nonetheless, we have to talk about the slight role changes too. As you were just talking about Asuna praising Melia, Asuna playing usually a KO on this map of Pearl for 100 Thieves. You see now the responsibility is now given to Jazzikins instead of Ev going in the second map. And hell, it makes sense. Jazzikin seems to be more of the flash specialist for FlyQuest. So if you're not going to need a Sky, she's probably going to play the KO so that Ev can play the Sova and the Fade for the other maps as your true scan initiator. So very cool that you're seeing these small changes coming out from FlyQuest as well, as much as Blue Water are also Swiss Army knives across the roles that they play through the players.
Full sheriff round for Blue Water. I think looking into the future, though, once you have a stronger buy, B could be a fight you'd want to take, because these pop outs with a sniper, whether it's Edith on B, Edith in mid, it's really troubled Blue Waters, make them hesitate on how to swing out from these corners. Maybe we'll want to invest more util, like have maybe a safer drone come out of Avery or something. You need a heads up on where Edith is, and that's going to be the objective going forward for Blue Water. But right now it's make this round as less painful as possible. Spam down the smoke though. They won't even let them live.
Can't even cross again towards that B site for a plant, so doing an excellent job. And for this round at least, as they're running down that clock, they're at least able to identify that there's an outlaw and an op going into the next round. So they'll have to be ready for that moving forward. I think that probably would allow for them to call a much faster tempoed round in the next round for their weapon buy.
30 seconds left.
We'll just have to wait and see as Avery is dwindling down in HP, about to get flanked and about to get picked off.
Just based on the macro here of FlyQuest, they, like the desk pointed out, they look so comfortable. And this isn't even technically FlyQuest's map pick, but we pointed out there it's a strong map for both of them. But it's been FlyQuest running amok, just, well, obviously having the better buy here so they can do whatever they want against Sheriffs. But Edith, this is going to be like a lethal player to go up against if they continue to be able to have that op, which is now given to Melia. But Blue Otter got to fight fire with fire, and their economy's not in a place to buy their own op, but in the future, that would be a consideration for sure.
So they are also dropping the outlaw for FlyQuest, going full rifles, expecting this push to happen. So they're playing fire with fire. Works out for these trades, and they have full control of A main now.
Just the spam through the smokes are just so well read for FlyQuest to get a lot of value out of those moments. I mean, Thea did just that in the last round, and they do so, winning this fight for the A orb.
Right here.
Ev will collect, getting them the Nightfall, and Blue Water are left to not having a ton of kills registered, which is definitely going to slow their ult cycling and chances to not totally hemorrhage out of this first round. And Ev is feasting.
100%. Already have their Nightfall too in round number 6, so they, for the side of FlyQuest, basically becoming a side quest for Melia and Ev on how they're farming with these last few rounds, but they don't have to be forced to cycle these ults yet because they're just winning and these forward engagements against Blue Otter. Again, I think it's just a nice pivot call from Thea in that last round, knowing that Blue Otter potentially want to try to slam a little bit more quickly on sites, so they want to stop them into these early engagements, and it really caught Blue Otter off guard because you never really seen that A side engagement and aggression out of FlyQuest in the last 5 rounds, right? You saw a pistol round retake, a judge play on that second round, a passive anchor triple crossfire setup in their bonus round, and then you just saw what happened there when they played their next gun round against Blue Otter's buy. So yeah, this is definitely an important timeout for the side of Blue Otter, because so far from fast tempo to slow tempo and from extremity control to middle is all being shut down. And Melia has an Odin this time around, so you're starting to see also how she's a Swiss Army knife in terms of weapons. I wouldn't be surprised to see her set up towards Art and go for the Brock spam into A main, and that would be really detrimental for Blue Otter players on that A line.
It was just so detrimental for Blue Otter to not win the pistol here as well. They converted both pistols on split, didn't end up winning that, and dropped the 6-11 lead, or 11-6 lead up they had. But Blue Otter also won both pistols against Wadada on this map, so this is already an adjustment that they have to make, and Blue Otter already forcing Edith back. They have them tagged up, but the power of friendship works out. Edith still gets their one, and Ev follows through. Edith is not done yet. Man, the floor is soaked in blood, and it takes Katniss Everdeen over here to actually quell Edith. But Blue Otter now smoked off from the site, so you still feel like you're going in blind.
Yeah, I got an alarm bot to watch that too as you're walking across. Now you hear the Odin, you're like, yeah, I'm not crossing that line anymore. But the leg shot was already there at the beginning that heavily injured Madison. There's really nothing they could do trying to get that space towards Art. I mean, the back and forth from these players on the defense from FlyQuest was it continues to be exemplary in the past couple of rounds. Although this was a mixed bag of buys that you have for Blue after this timeout, it will not go down as a plant. As, yeah,
I can't hear you over this.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, can you hear me now? It's just,
yeah,
it's just getting a little bit too loud here towards this A site. No, nonetheless, if you're looking at how everything happened so far, though, they've been doing an excellent job for FlyQuest since they got rifles to really stop them in the 4 lines. There's only been 1 plant throughout the last couple of rounds here, all the rounds of this first half from Blue Otter, and that was when you had a rifle round against FlyQuest's bonus. But outside of that, man, these aggressive lines of the op, Edith continues to not miss from that first map.
And May is trying to set them up. Like, she's placing forward smoke so they feel like they can safely move up. And then to deny maybe these sidelines from Eda, they're just the entirety of FlyQuest. And then you walk up and you get spammed through the smoke. They wasn't a comfortable A-orb fight for Blue Water last time. They're going to try and explore mid, which last time that was a Judge Ace. This is a different round. We've got different matters. Edith watches over with the op. We have a slow solo approach here for May, but conversion paths activated from Babison coming in at an off angle, and now the backline's being tested here for FlyQuest. Finally, a first blood. But Blue Water get traded out. This op is in the picture, and Blue Water, they're trying to get excavated. Well, wow, they are just floundering 6 feet under. Blue Water can't dig themselves out of that one until just it takes 2 to pull off the heroics. The lockdown does detain Oasis, so Sin has to back them up.
No way.
Is more focused on Sin, trying to find where Oasis is, who is now freed from the shackles of a lockdown. Now a 2 versus 1, just when FlyQuest thought they had won. Blue Water have shifted the tides and now have cut noise. The spike is recovered, and Thea can just react to as soon as the spike gets planted. To worry about that nook, though, of the back hallway. We had that call of someone making it back there. Left. Sin is trying to take a 1v1. 7-second drop. Oasis greets Thea with open arms, and Blue Otter get that round.
You gotta give it to Sin on how selfless she was, because you had no TPs back from Oasis. They get hit by the detain of the lockdown, and she's like, I need some help. So Sin just books it down towards that street, says to Thea, hey, look at me, focus on me. And then they're able to play a 2 versus 1 in the end as you stay tucked in towards Museum right there at that spot where you just saw May drop down from that kill from Ev. So a nice little answer back, though, from Blue Water. Again, I thought that this round was already a write-off for the side of FlyQuest because of how they were so good at getting their first bloods and kills. Let's hold that thought. We already have an ulti going into a split towards that B site, or a fake for them to finish towards the A site for Blue Water.
Oh, about to decloak. Okay, getting out. Oasis has done this on split. Just as soon as the round starts, immediate ult hit. And like I said back on split, I think there's reason to try and get more secure forward. Get as much space as you can so you can go deeper with the dimensional drip. Blue Water go for the safe play, go for the guaranteed information. FlyQuest at the back, find Battison in that tough position. Lockdown ensues. FlyQuest feeling like they have to fight through it. They already have Edith unlocked, but Sin silences the go.
Lockdown.
And now the lockdown has been destroyed. That is the saving grace, and Avery can just play the Hunter's Fury on the post plant. They're all stacked together, not the immediate pullout until now. The call from May, they're gonna commit to the defuse, and the Hunter's Fury suppresses FlyQuest. He got him dancing. Now it's time to squabble up, and Melia adjusts well. Defuse not gonna be held, and Avery sticks to their guns, and Blue Water with back-to-back rounds.
What happened there in a 2 versus 2, though? We were so slow first for Avery to pull out the Hunter's Fury, but secondly, we were sticking that spike and let it go just before it got to halfway. Did a finger slip? What happened there? That almost should have been a guaranteed defuse no matter what. Because if you look at it, what happened right after is that you were still able to hit one beam, if I'm not mistaken, before actually going for the defuse, and they probably could have full stuck it. I don't know what the hell happened there. I don't know if there is a bug or something for the defuse, but that was a little bit unfortunate on how you played that 2v2 in the end. And it's Avery at least able to come out and clutch that against Jazzikins and keeps the game close now for Blue Water.
And this is Blue Water that just hit that ult cycle. So you had the dimensional drift, you had they've used everything in the tank to get these 2 rounds. And this is post timeout where, yes, there's a resurgence of life from Blue Water, but can they get these rounds converted without those ults? Now FlyQuest will have Nightfall, maybe in Cosmic Divide coming up soon. So FlyQuest, they've put up such a good wall when it comes to their defense so far. They get a little pushback by some ults, but I think FlyQuest could easily get back into a dominating position here soon.
I'm assuming right now as we have, okay, I thought it was a slow clock to try to see. I think it was a timeout still being called. That was being talked about here from the side of FlyQuest again. FlyQuest, sorry. But yeah, I gotta say they had to slow down the tempo a little bit more. It was another one of those games where you have one team that starts out quite strong and then suddenly is starting to slip through from these small mistakes from maybe overconfidence maybe. Now FlyQuest are playing a little bit more silently, but still aggressively. You're able to take down this line, take cover of this whole line with the Op 2 from Edith, and now you could focus on a little bit more of mid presence.
I sense that nervousness though from Blue Otter, where you're just like tucking behind your turret, spamming through the mid door already. You are just trying to discover where Edith is before it is too late. This is a position that Edith has been before, usually paired with Ev. Ev will be solo. Look how careful with each step Blue Otter are. We have Battison here too. Not going to be able to just immediately gap close. It's all contact plays. Battison, the first one. Nice little crouch. And it gets Ev 6 feet under. Now Blue Otter. This is pedal to the metal as they advance into B. And here to stop it is Jazzykins already with the spike down, and it's traded out immediately.
Pulling them in.
Killed my bot.
That's a lot on Melia.
30
Be
seconds
the
left.
backbone of this museum. Now too committed, and Melia just can't handle all the heat. And that means Blue Otter are even safer and better than ever. Wondering how this momentum was gonna carry through without those ults, and do so well at just slowing it down and finding where these FlyQuest members are and getting those kills and then tempoing up.
It almost is redundant to how Blue Otter were able to find a little bit of their successes on split. Slowing things down a little bit, defaulting, creeping down here towards the Art as they get the first blood. A little bit unorthodox here at that moment. I wonder where that util was placed from the KJ. I got to look back at that, because if we don't have any util that sounds the alarm from an Art creep up, we're leaving a little bit of gaps on how we're playing it. I think it was Melia fully set up towards a B-side anchor, if I'm not mistaken, which is why Edith is moving up towards the A line. But not having anything to find you some active information on Art or anything towards the mid round. You got to be ready for these walkdowns for FlyQuest. A little bit of gaps here, and I think they're understanding that right now from FlyQuest. They want to play a little bit more safely, so they're going to go alarm bot, turret, watching both of the connectors, and then they could still go for the extremity control if they want to. So Edith now looking down that line with the operator on the top of the long B, and then they still go for the aggressive walk up towards the A extremity.
Melia's already been tagged. It's another kind of middle map spam from Blue Water. Just to make sure you keep FlyQuest humble on any of those early peaks. I mean, they did that a lot on Split. Not needing to as much here.
Yeah, they were just trying to spam to get the alarm bot. And somehow Melia got hit through that.
There we go, they got it. Now Blue Water can lean on Oasis. Oh, no. That was just a clone, never mind. But Blue Water can still just move forward off of, well, they've been good at identifying the solo positions of FlyQuest. Being able to just 5v1 that player. See if they get lucky this time. I know.
Movement around the map is still pretty good here for FlyQuest, right? So you see after the reaction of losing Alarm Bot, I think that was a turret recall, if I'm not mistaken, unless he just got shot down from that walkthrough from May. But they're playing a lot more passively, but still making sure that they're covering their angles. That's what was missing from a couple of rounds ago. Yeah, there you go. So you recall that turret, you pull it back towards that spawn, and then you even eye towards Art to know that with 30 seconds left, nobody's taking mid control. This was supposed to take Edith ready for the off shot, but at least Melia is there.
Melia is so consistent with this B control too, is kind of always guaranteed to get her one and to get out. Water have to overcome a 4v5 now with 11 seconds left, and it's a scrap and a beautiful flash and a swing as FlyQuest capitalize on their advantages. We'll buy a bit more time, and Edith says time is up. FlyQuest now doubled the score.
And the passive play, letting Blue Water, play with the pressure of time. And you're seeing this mistakes come through. Even though they had a nice little pop flash at the beginning to take control of the top ramp, right now trying to go for the execution within B. Look at what happens after here. The TP, there's nothing supporting Oasis. I don't think there was even like a flash or a smoke that was well timed there for Oasis to TP. So those mistakes will start happening. So especially when it comes down to, oh, we flash, oh crap, there's an op there. Let's now tempo up, and as you tempo up, somebody has to go into Astra form. You have to play catch up for May. It's just unfortunate that you can't really catch up to the fast tempo of the Euro TP. And that really didn't allow Blue Otter to have the cleanest of openings on that B slam.
Blue Otter just quick to gate crash in and take a fight where no one is home. And I'm liking that change of spacing from Blue Otter to not really cower behind smokes and try and close the gap as best as they can. That's where Oasis and Battison truly flourished on Split, is when they can be aggressive and get in your face and switch in and out. Blue Otter, nothing out of that besides some aiming control. And now that the knife was thrown, Oasis's solo position has been discovered. But FlyQuest know they're in trouble, and the Nightfall to stop the ensuing push from Blue Otter, who throughout the convergent pass and through this flurry of smokes, it's really hard to find these defenders. And FlyQuest spamming through the smoke will always get valued. At least Blue Otter got the spike down. They can fall back to square one, and they're just not allowed to escape because FlyQuest have already started their retake. Blue Otter's just trying to find any safe space and cover to hide behind, and they have been all removed. We're costing FlyQuest 2 of their members, but you know, the op is on the front lines, and so is Ev with a 3K. Great job from FlyQuest.
Dude, this is Harbor meta on crack. This is like 2023 meta of like a Harbor Viper slice up the map, but instead it's 4 Astra bubbles across the map. KO flashes off the wazoo. Fade util on the cross, and you're just trying to survive World War 20,000 in there for all of the players. And through that chaos, I mean, look at that. This is a casual moment for sure on this A site. But thankfully, it's still power of numbers for FlyQuest. As soon as that util is finally disappeared, FlyQuest is able to have clear vision of what was happening within that site, and they made sure that they watch each other's backs, and they got the perfect entries there. There's nothing more to get on to that. A lot of the players for Blue Otter were just trying to play offsite after the plant, and it just got cut off trying to find some safe haven in the end. But FlyQuest at 7-3, the knife gets information on 4 players of Blue Otter, and they could just play far back and spam once again through smokes.
Blue Otter, though, as the rounds have gone on, they've been able to comfortably get into the A site. It's just blasting. Oh my god, as the Cosmic Divide comes up, Madison's eyes shut. Another swift first blood, quick as lightning for FlyQuest. But I don't know if the spike is being planted. It's all, and now as they swing out, they realize Blue Otter have changed their plans, and they're going to go to B.
And that's fine. As the plant comes down, there's still the big gap of where Edith is currently at. So if she hears no rotate back towards middle, she has a great timing to flank back towards that B main where exactly she's going. So with her speed, with the chaos now that you'll have from the CT side, Blue Otter has to be good to trade off each other here.
Oh my god, FlyQuest, as good as ever. Not gonna be shaken, not gonna be stirred, and they have their positions. A little bit smoked off, but Sin has been flashed, so can't stop the entry. Edith on the flank. Oh, there's 99 problems, and Blue Otter just got no solutions to any of them. FlyQuest will get the defuse, and it will be an 8-4 half in their favor. As dominant as ever, there was a resurgence of Blue Otter after their first time out to get 3 rounds in a row off of a good ult economy. But it is hard to make FlyQuest look even scared on this.
Right already has a script, already calling overtime. You just saw that overlay at the bottom there. But yeah. I think that's the biggest thing, as you know here, that you have timing with the Cosmic Divide, that you have a lockdown. A lot of that utility has been supported on the A site. I think it would have been a nice call for them to add more pressure towards street or towards spawn. Flip that map around, because you've already rotated so many players through mid. You've already cleared through middle as well, and you haven't met any opposition. So you know right now that a lot of these players from FlyQuest are playing out towards that spawn. So you high-low, find ways to pop flash through that, and then triple swing. You don't have to push all the way back towards that spawn, but you could fight that staircase. That would have not given any chance for Edith to get any value off with the operator. That said, though, we're going to round 13. I think the score is 9-3, if not mistaken now. And we have now FlyQuest trying to work out to break early Killjoy util.
Adriel.
No, I was gonna say Killjoy, KJ Toy or whatever, the comedian or whatever. I'm old.
We'll get your hearing aid sorted out. But FlyQuest, I'll get their plant sorted out too. But May is in the middle of a smoke. Do they know? Big moment to get a surprise and gets the jump scare on Edith. Maybe the defense reestablished, but man, FlyQuest Sheriffs were doing work. Jazzykins has been silenced. 2v1 swing works out for FlyQuest, and it's a 1v1 to rule them all. And Ev, as consistent as ever, gives FlyQuest both pistols.
Yeah, in these high impact rounds, that's definitely needed for heroes to come out. Ev has been them for sure. We remember Split from before. This time around, we remember the 4K in the bonus round when they went for the swing with the Spectre to get a 4K. And now this time around with the pistol round clutch too. And now just to continue with those that are only listening now and paying attention to the casters, it's 10-3 as FlyQuest won that pistol. So they're going to have a really strong anti-eco here, already investing into an outlaw. Bulldogs too. Nobody going on pistols as well, so they're actually trying to go for a one extremity control with the snipe, staying as a group for the other extremity, trying to see where their stack could be, if there's going to be any aggressive Blue Otter pushes, but it stays calm for now. They're going to just regroup and re-hit now towards this B site.
We get to see the difference too of the double duelist versus the solo and how Edith is going to try and close the gap. Not that we saw Battison, you know, dashing away or Oasis gate crashing in too often. Both teams have been well balanced in their spacing so far as FlyQuest just get to stomp the yard, get in. Walls are up from the neon. You just dodge some of these nades here, and FlyQuest have fully scoured the entire site, which is worrisome to leave Blue Water. The 5-person retake. They do have a lesser buy, so that's something you can go off of.
I think with a 9-3 deficit too, they probably don't want to let Ev farm some kills either, so not pushing out of this, I think, is a smart play. Try to contain as much as you could. Ooh. GC Sheriff does a 145 right to the dome of Edith, so they go for the meaty Bogdan launch. Nice shot by me. Okay, they're fighting this. They're fighting this. LK.
LK, yeah. Yup, fans, we're doing great. Outlaw, 2 bullets, 2 kills, and FlyQuest is just the firing squad. Melia is insane on pistols, by the way. Was it like a 4K, 3K last time? Now it's a 4K on this pistol.
Wait, you don't like the LK
23
call?
and 6.
You don't like we're homies, so I call you LK instead of Lemon Kiwi?
Yeah, you're trying to be hip. I like it.
We're cool like that. No, I thought we were cool like that.
That's why I got you with Vans. You know? Like,
oh yeah, word. That works.
Yeah.
That's chill.
That's chill. Well, 11-3, guys. It's almost over, I promise.
At least for this map, then we get a little bit of a break for sure. But I mean, right now, FlyQuest are playing it quite in similar fashion as I was trying to mention before, right? We remember when I was talking about Sin, usually the sniper for the team on the attack side. They're doing the same thing for Melia. Scope here in her hands, and they're clearing out towards the A site.
Damn, does FlyQuest waste no time? But May putting up some resistance here. Now find an alternate angle, but FlyQuest, they just deathball in any direction where they sense an opponent. And now we've cleared out a main, but lost control of the site. And it's also been smoked because of May, so have a weird position that FlyQuest are stuck in.
Just wrap around too. Right now, I like that we're walk clearing as well because Melia's down. There's no turret. There's no alarm bot. So you have full question marks across the map from where you even path through in the very beginning through art. So we're going to take the long route rather. And then as soon as it gets spotted by the turret, I think that will start accelerating the pace for FlyQuest, which is fine. You have Edith. You still have fast lane. You have Jazzykins that has one more flash that they could pop through the wall.
30 seconds left.
Remember the old school way of playing this map too, of walling all the way back towards the back halls and slide through with a pop flash. That could be definitely one of those plays.
They're trying to delay as best as they can. Now Sin has been suppressed, hoping to get the one and done. 11 seconds, and wait, Edith just said, "Get down, Mr. President," and then they both die. That is not good. Sin has made this very winnable for Blue Water, and wow, Blue Water come back from that. Incredible.
Again, another reference to G2 admin at Santiago today. I just saw a Jogimo and Baby Bay cosplay there as it came out from the fast lanes. No guns getting picked out. or being pulled out after Edith comes through, still stuck in the high gear. The other person can't really trade out, and it just becomes 2 easy kills for Sin inside that site. A small mistake there where that should have been an easy trade out and an open site for FlyQuest to take immediately, but thankfully with the round that you just got from Blue Water, you're still able to have a really nice buy, because you only lost 2 players in that previous round. FlyQuest, though, they don't want to slow down the tempo. They want to shut things down right away.
Oh, Avery has to react quick, and oh my god, Addison embraces them, gets in front of all the action, but FlyQuest is ahead of the action. Has now fully cleared out the site. They have control of main, and Thea will even extend outwards.
But Spike
So May
didn't care.
May 1 versus 2. Gonna be her jumping in, and as the Gravwell kind of screwed them up. Thea, a masterclass of the Astra, and FlyQuest will get up to 12. It is now 12-4. Apologies for the HUD mix-up there, but we got one more round potentially.
Yeah, you gotta at least respect the attempt there on slowing down that push from FlyQuest. Blue Water, what they did, I think it was a dart or a drone that spots Edith sliding down, so it allows the saturate to get thrown by Battison to protect the back of the site. But there's just too many players on the other side here running through that smoke, and Oasis wasn't really at that pit yet to trade off, or at least to spray through that. So unfortunately, they all got caught on immediate trades out of FlyQuest. And yeah, this is now map point 12-4. A different outcome and a different outlook from that first map for sure. Is what we thought. At least I thought Split should have been the most dominant map for FlyQuest at the very beginning. FlyQuest still continues to show why they're also a clean record on this map.
FlyQuest are so fast in these fights, and even off the info, the flash is so good from Jazzy, and now Battison falls, and Avery smoked off from a trade. Maybe try to linger, but decides to take the safer approach. There is no safe space to step on, because Melia's on the prowl. Call it a hunt. Blue Water on the back foot, and Melia will just evacuate everyone with the lockdown. This is for the win for FlyQuest. Oasis and Sin don't even have the best spy. They just evaporate in thin air. 13-4 for FlyQuest. That is a statement to go to series point.
Such an annoying lockdown to deal with as well for the last 2 players. It was so deep towards the staircase that you couldn't even escape back towards the spawn. No choice but to run out, and you just get knocked down and knocked out for that second map. So for 2 teams where we preface going to the second map that it was undefeated for both Blue Otter and FlyQuest, we definitely see now the level of comfort for FlyQuest on that map. So they defeat now Blue Otter on that map pick. Now we get to a third one, and this is actually series point for FlyQuest. So a tough one now for Blue Water. I don't think they've faced this so far in a BO5. They had that lead against Wadada yesterday, being 2-0 themselves, but now they have to play the comeback. They have to play the catch-up.
Yeah, it's so brilliant out of FlyQuest to just go in with so much confidence and to really not give any gaps, any lapses for Blue Water to punish, because that's where I think there were moments that Blue Water seemed better than FlyQuest at when it came to Split. But FlyQuest gets so much out of their timeouts, got so much out of that map, and now we potentially have one more to go. Breeze, FlyQuest's choice of map will be up next. We'll see you there soon.
Can I help you, sir?
Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars.
Not how it works.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back. This is the Verizon Game Changers and a Kickoff Grand Finals. And FlyQuest Red are currently up 2-0. So this next one is going to be match point for them. Let's talk about how they got it done. Of course, I got my experts, Ash and Athena, on the desk with me to make it make sense. Now, this time around, it was not a close map. Quite frankly, FlyQuest Red were just firmly in control in the driver's seat.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive the way that FlyQuest were looking, Athena. I think that to start things off with such a strong 9-3 half, you were talking about the control that they had on this map. This ace from Melia also to kick things off. I feel like having a moment like that in round 2, it just makes you end up feeling kind of unstoppable for the rest of the fights you're going to be taking. Like, even though it's kind of silly.
Yeah, it was like kind of like a dictator for how the rest of the game was going to go almost. But no, FlyQuest, they did such a good job. I think they were a lot more cool and calm and collected when it came to this map. A lot of their post plants and their holds on their defense side was really good. And I think every single player on this map did their role almost perfectly. Felt like every flash was on point from the initiators. It felt like they were getting so much information before executing and deciding where they want to go. And a lot of their micro stuff on the defense side, like their rotations, their info gathering, as well as a lot of these op plays, were just so solid. And I think it makes a lot of sense for FlyQuest to just run away with this one.
Absolutely. I mean, Blue, they do have to now rally and get back into that. Were there anything? Was there anything in particular you feel like you can like put a finger on, which they need to change up heading into this next match?
I think for Blue, they just really need to shake off those nerves and make sure that they're playing together. I talked about it before when we jumped into this map. The Yoru and the Waylay need to play a little bit more together. They need to be aggressive and be able to bounce off of each other and have that kind of strategy and synergy. But it just kind of feels like they're ending up fighting, taking these ones, walking up into crosshairs when they know there's an operator on the other side. So for Blue, they just need to be able to have a lot more confidence and be able to change the tempo a lot more. And looking at this scoreboard though, I mean, Ash, look at these stats. This is insane. 25-7 for Melia, and it looks like the rest of the team is on board too.
Dude, it's actually so wild. Like, she started off this map 10-1 off the back of that ace, just not dying at any point. It was so hard for them to deal with her, and I think that also shows like the dynamicsism of like how she was playing in that map as well, right? You had moments where Melia was playing a little bit more forward, going to like hold a little bit more of that space, but then once we saw some of the adjustments from Blue Otter on that attacking side where they were going to explore mid a little bit further, you saw how she changed her setup to be a lot deeper. There was an alarm bot even into water, and then was able to just like fight for sites, and FlyQuest Red were more than happy to give that space up because of how well they were supporting these engagements on the extremities when it came down to the space that Blue Otter were looking to take. A lot of that also going down to Edith being on that operator. They are constantly like a demon to deal with when it comes to that sniper rifle, and even when it on those rifling rounds, it just absolutely crazy to see. But overall, I think looking at this map 1 to map 2, the consistency and then also step up into Pearl with how dominant of a map it is constantly impressive to see here, Athena.
Yeah, having this kind of consistency from a single player over a whole series, let alone a whole tournament, feels insane, because for Melia, this has been their thing. They've been consistent. They've constantly been really good at those lurks when they are on the Senti or they're on that Viper, and as well as when they're on the controller. We talked a lot about how they're so confident in taking those aggressive picks, and overall it just reflects so well when you look at these stats. Yes, map 1 wasn't as crazy as map 2 with 367 ACS, but still constantly getting theirs, making sure their every single frag is impactful for Melia. So really, really well played. And now going into this next map, I'm kind of hoping to see her do the same thing again.
Yeah, we're gonna Melia is gonna most likely go back on the Viper, right? If we're looking at the last breeze they played, which was a very, very dominant showing against 100 Thieves. So we just expect the performance to not drop really, because that's kind of been their thing throughout this entire bracket.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see, like, heading into Breeze, you're talking about the consistency, the fact that we're going to see that Viper once again, and how good FlyQuest have just looked in general. I feel like when you look at Breeze there from Blue Otter, it was a pretty devastating loss up against Wada the first time around. A bit of closer matchup when it came down to that 11-13 loss up against 100 Thieves. But for FlyQuest Red, Melia is just one of those players where you can expect her to be that playmaker in these rounds, just like we just saw on Split and on Pearl. She's going to have those moments where, like, there's such a good understanding of when she should take those timings to have a bit more of a hero play and when to fall back. And that experience coming to the table in a grand finals is so important.
Yeah, and I think this is gonna kind of be a testament to FlyQuest because they are starting on that defensive side. And I think what I'm expecting to see, which we did see on Pearl, was a lot of Edith on that operator and a lot of map control being taken. And it was just so good to see them be so proactive and able to kind of keep up that momentum. But again, for Blue, like you mentioned, they like that Jet, they like that Yoru. They're still doing the double duelist comp. And so, I mean, unless they changed it up before last time, but unless they kind of, we'll see. They like to change it up sometimes, but unless they just keep up that sort of momentum and make sure they're really taking advantage of the tempo that they can kind of abuse with the double duelists, then I think they're gonna struggle a little bit because Breeze, just as a map, I mean, we all know it's almost like you're just death matching the whole time, and so you want to take a lot of those roles and those 1v1s and make it kind of sided towards you. So I'm hoping to see a little bit more from Blue Otter in that sense, but both these comps make a lot of sense for me.
Yeah, that was definitely something that you had even been talking about during that first map of Split, where that was just missing. I think that Blue Water heading into Breeze, they really need to be going into this with confidence. It is definitely going to start with that pistol round as well. In the last two maps, we saw that it was Blue Water getting both pistols on Split. Then on Pearl, it was both pistols going the way of FlyQuest Red. For Blue Water to stay in this series, they've got to be starting off on the right foot, as well as just being very cognizant of the fact that winning out that pistol also means that you're trying to delay that opportunity for Edith to get that operator online that we've been talking about being so deadly.
Yeah, I think too, like for both these teams, this kind of map is obviously the last map that FlyQuest needs in order to win this BO5. And for Blue Otter, it might be the start of a comeback for them, of a reverse sweep, because this is what they need. I'm really interested to see how Edith plays on that chamber and seeing how proactive they can kind of get, because we've seen them perform on this chamber a lot and be really, really good. But Blue Otter, I have a feeling that they might step up. They might really take that risk and just full send it with these double duelists.
Yeah, Blue Otter showed a lot of tenacity yesterday and a lot of grit. Let's see if they can bring it back and put themselves on the board here in our grand finals. This is match point for FlyQuest Red. Let's see how this one is going to shake out and send it back over to Lemon Kiwi and Vansili.
Thank you so much, Zoe and the desk. Yes, is this going to be the kickoff that FlyQuest can claim? Well, we're going to find out on Breeze, or is this going to be a reverse sweep situation? I mean, man, the Game Changers scene, it's always the expect the unexpected, but Blue Water definitely need that mental reset after what we saw in Pearl.
I'm hoping that it's going to lean towards the unexpected right now, because if it's going towards the expected, this should be an easy victory for FlyQuest on Breeze. Blue Water have yet to find any victories whatsoever on this map of Breeze, and also when they had to play against a chamber on this map, it was none other than Starbound of Wadada, where they kind of just threw away that map 2-13. And I think what was the pain point of how Blue Water was executing or trying to work around that map was, especially on their attack side, not doing enough macro to block the vision and the sights of the op, and Starbound just went to town. This could be very similar stories onto Edith as well with the chamber for this side, especially again, they're starting on the defensive rounds. So you're hoping here that Blue Water, especially if they're starting off on mid, they need to throw some smokes here towards that top mid or that middle that you see that start place right now. So it's a great start, but now that you have smokes on both sides, you can't really find good control towards middle. So that's why the drone has to come out early.
Oasis is one of her best performing agents on Jet, highest ACS, and she's got to deliver when Blue Water needs to the most. And with the bandit, Sin, friends try to rob their way into B, and Melia and Thea just put up a brick wall. Like, first blood. You think that just is how you get everything rolling for Blue Water, and they just get kicked in the teeth. What the heck?
This is a tough look too, because as much again that unfortunately I was criticizing Thea on the first couple of rounds on the first map and second, you started seeing some high impact rounds from Thea from Pearl onto end of Pearl onto this one. I think one of them was trying to flood through on the attack side, just pushing towards the spawn, getting picks. This time around, feeling fully activated on the pistol, but you definitely saw that FlyQuest had a read of this mid push to B. They already had a 3-player stack on that side, and they got ready for that push, and it was brilliant.
Oh no, it's average. It's a disaster. And at least these anti-ecos go by very, very fast.
Yes.
Very, very fast. And
Yes.
but this is the type of fast anti-eco that I feel like started the mental boom for Blue Water, because it was off of that Judge Ace that Melia pulled off from FlyQuest. But it's experience and tenacity that are gonna pull through when the rounds don't start off your way like this.
But look at it. We had from one map Edith Outlaw with Op to another map where it's Melia with an Outlaw. This time it's Jazzikins with an Outlaw. And now in their bonus round, they're playing 2 Outlaws and a Guardian. So they're definitely leveraging the layout of the map and how Breeze was going to be as kind of like a big open area, very deathmatch and easy to take picks from because of these lines of sights that are tight corridors and easy for sniper rifles to take advantage of. And they definitely want to do that against the gun round of Blue Otter, especially if we haven't had any big plants coming through from Blue Otter in the first few rounds. You see that with the investment of buying full shields, knowing that they have to play against the Outlaw. Look what you have. No shot guards for Avery. No second flash already for Battison. This is a very tough look for them to try to take map control right now for sight hits.
Ooh, just the kneecap there on Avery, but it's mostly fine. It's like they didn't even take damage. It looked like a connection to me, but FlyQuest will have to fall back to their regular positions. Blue Otter really like that mid-map control, and they'll try to converge into B once again. But the Viper's wall that you gotta work through, though, it's not gonna be easy. So Blue Otter gonna side the drone into A. Have Battison fight through main. So a lot rests on Melia's shoulders, but with such a dependable anchor back on Pearl, and it starts out Thea's way just to shut down the lurk from B. So all eyes are on this A site. It's Melia. Oh, the shotgun to the clone. They fall for it too. Blue Otter now well established here on A.
But they would have had damage on Avery too. How does Avery have still 150 on that jump spot? Nonetheless, though, here's that aggressive push right after as they flood towards the A site, and they cut the full rotates. The scopes, the snipes are not going to be able to do anything for FlyQuest, and it comes down to the Guardian and the Vandal of Jazzikins and Thea. Both down.
I like that Blue Water are getting proactive on the post plant. Like, they're going right for the entries that FlyQuest are trying to get through.
Yeah, they already had an idea as well when that Poison Orb came up here towards that default spot, which is such a good way to play this, actually, on how the changes of Breeze happen on the A site. You see also Boaster coining that really on that side for Fnatic when he's placing his front side smokes as Astra. So you have the whole back line of the A site to play as an area for you to dodge util and flashes from your own smoke, but also force your players to play in that gulag so that Bucky could have done some good damage, but unfortunately it's only half damage that was done and still allowed Blue Otter to overcome the denial attempt from FlyQuest. This is still a good gun round for Fly. An op in the hands of Edith, fully watching towards the elbow, and now players could start rotating over towards this A site and stack up on there because they feel they're not going to be pressured at all. I think with this angle from Edith, maybe you hear a jump down towards the window, so they feel like the B site is fully open.
And Edith was a force to be reckoned with when it came to that op on Pearl. Just such a menace, and I didn't feel like Blue Otter had too many occasions to get an op of their own, if at all. Now you just have to dry peek into it and teleport out. Not gonna be easy to clear back. At least you know maybe the op is gonna be at the left side of the map. Blue Otter prioritize more mid control, but now have to maybe take the safer route through main. 3 stacked here on A for FlyQuest. It's gonna be quite a challenge for Blue Otter. Now off the recon. FlyQuest, no. The entry is there. Oasis trying to be the opener and the closer and just can't really rustle through. But Battison at least gets a trade. There's something there to look at for Blue Water. You're just not in a safe position to plant. 15 seconds left. Sin has to help out, and Avery's in a 1v2. And Jazzykins dipped out of that fight. Sin gets involved, and Blue Water pull it off.
Headhunter for Edith, though, in an op. Avery once again does God's work for these clutch moments for Blue Water. I gotta say, in terms of trying to fight towards that backside, they already had the right numbers for FlyQuest because of that first pick we just saw here. With May falling down as the Astra, you can't throw any pop smokes anymore towards that B-side cross. You now have to try to focus on the Viper wall and just slam towards the site. So all of FlyQuest, they play behind the attacker's Viper wall, but they weren't with each other to trade. There was just like that clone. They got caught by the clone. They got caught by the flash as well from Battison right after the clone. So it's like 2 consecutive flashes that catches some players off guard. And it's just a great job by Battison to isolate 2 individual fights to allow Avery to clutch 3 different 1v1s, if I'm not mistaken, at that moment. So that said, this is now an eco for FlyQuest. A hero rifle from Melia, solo anchoring towards the B site.
There's a walk up from FlyQuest at A. Maybe just for the orb for Jazzykins, and got Blue Water on watch. You got Edith dead in the water. That frees up the left side, or so you would think. At least you know what to expect, and it is Melia. It's Blue Water. Now gonna drone up, be as careful as ever. Send the clone into to infiltrate as Jazzykins will help on the approach, hoping to catch one on the entry. No, May gets the best of her as Melia supports the backline, and it's exchanges that still favor Blue Water. There was some bloodshed despite mostly a save from FlyQuest. Now it's up to Thea on the flank.
Still a nice flick that came out there from Melia, but I think we were missing a little bit there as the drone came through. I felt like we could have maybe called for Thea to throw that smoke up on that top of the ladder, where Ethan likes to play that usually when he's playing Astra on this map. Trying to do some damage, gets a dink. At least we'll force armor in the next round, but again, there wasn't enough util to support Melia in a ninja position that she could surprise players with the Vandal purchase that she had on that B site. It could have been deadly, but unfortunately, as she gets drone pinged, she has to fall back, and that space was already lost here from FlyQuest. So an early timeout. Talked about how, again, going into this game, this should be, from the stories of how it was described from Blue Water in the past 2 times that they played this map, should be an easy victory for FlyQuest. But so far, it came down to a couple of hero plays from Avery from the right side pyramids to Sin on the lurk on the top middle. Sin so far within 2 rounds on when they planted towards that A site had tremendous value playing around the yellow box to draw some players on a rotates, and they got to make sure that if they have to flood retake on that side, that they have to be ready for Sin on those late lurks positions from mid doors over on the pathing of the A site.
Blue Water have a wealth of ultimates to work with, and my experience seeing Cosmic Divides really work well at closing in the B site and making it such a tight space to fight through and advantageous for attackers to split up any defenders there. It could also work at A, but then you already have the Viper's wall there, although FlyQuest have really been disrespecting Sin's setup and just watching down the A choke and not really being too bothered. So we'll see if also FlyQuest can just trade out the Cosmic Device with one of their own to really ensue more chaos into this. And at what point does Jazzykins just help ease the retake with a dimensional drip? This is going to be an important round.
It's aggro.
Really
Got this up
aggro.
too, but there's no ult around there. At least to get the spray and the crunch.
Oh my god, this walkdown from FlyQuest, the same type of energy they brought from Pearl, just taking all the map control they can. They get away with more kills than Blue Water. But May, been unspotted here at the middle of the map, or at least FlyQuest are watching the double doors, so they know something's up. May is going in deep all the way through Nest.
It's getting cleared.
Expecting Ev. Oh, and Jazzykins floors her. That would have been a big risk, but a big payout if May could have thrown that spawn into shambles. Now Blue Water will have to play this from front to back and in a 2 versus 4 with an op in the picture. Thrown out. Oasis. Sightline. Right idea here.
30 seconds left.
For the shoulder and connects onto Melia. A lot of angles they're going to have to scour through, though, with the remaining members of FlyQuest. And in the middle of all this is Jazzykins and Avery, as clutch as ever. When Blue Water need them to step up, they do. 13 seconds left to plant, and Edith will be on their way.
They got scared. Didn't like that from FlyQuest at all, but still Edith with the op. 1v1 against another op on the other side. And then they'll have another 1v1 against Avery if they can.
To watch. Oasis versus Edith. And it's Oasis quicker to the trigger. And Blue Water turn around yet another deficit. That was sick.
Yeah, the first look of FlyQuest in terms of the pinch into the A lobby, I love that. I haven't seen any teams do that yet by smoking towards middle, getting that suck at the bottom, and then you also throw the flashes just to keep them at bay. They got numbers advantage out of that one. But then you kind of just left so many passive angles. They fell back from A main to hold towards bricks. They fell back from double doors to hold back passively from orange. And then you are jiggling from the back of the site instead of taking full main control and trying to set up ways where you could ping pong off of each other. And you never gave yourself that chance. 3 individual picks that allowed that 2 versus 4 to get converted by Blue Water. And that's a first huge mistake coming out from FlyQuest. And Blue Water, we talked about how good they've been in terms of tenacity against Otter yesterday. It definitely shows here that they have not been shook or shaken by the results of that second map of Pearl, and they're still looking really good here on Breeze.
And Edith is already 5 HP, so this is already not off to a good foot for FlyQuest. 4 rounds in a row unanswered by Blue Water. And excited to see the more ops thrown in, and Edith takes down Sin in mid, but it's not going to be able to recover their weapons. So Blue Water going to flood in through B. All eyes are on Thea. How to suppress them is not going to be within the smoke, but on the other side of it with the crossfire with Ev, and Blue Water are about to walk across the road without looking both ways. It's good damage from FlyQuest. With Blue Water in firm control. This is what you would think. And Edith with 5 HP has gotten 3 kills this round. This is murder. Avery, do what you do best. Finish this. Now now everyone's dancing around. Jazzykins. Oh, the dimensional drift in the 1v1 to reposition.
I'm back.
No, picks up a
right in front
Marshall.
of Avery. Well, it's a clutch for Avery yet again. Oh my god, how do they keep getting away with this?
Of all the weapons as you're going into dimensional drift to try to find something to play the 1v1, it's a Marshall you pick up. That's just unfortunate. You have to respect, though, the way that you swung from Edith to Jazzykins, the back and forth is actually beautiful. Just unfortunate you run out of Headhunter bullets. You also ran out of Sheriff bullets. You currently go for that full trade towards the end. And Avery stays calm one more time in the face of clutch scenarios. And they're able to bring that across the finish line here for Blue Water. Could have been a different story, though, if it was a Vandal or something picked up here for Jazzykins. But it's a tense moment that gives a little bit of room to breathe this time. Sigh of relief as they're not echoed by FlyQuest being Blue Water. So this round, slow tempo, waiting to see if we're trying to go for another one of these trap plays for FlyQuest, but FlyQuest have different looks. Look at this push here from the chamber all the way up towards B main. Another one of those lines where Edith has full map control and they could start really focusing on the mid to A pressure.
And Edith has been changing up their position too, so it's been so hard for Blue Water to read and having to contact play through it. Clutch up in the end, which it's been always Edith versus Avery, I feel like, on who could be the most clutch for their team. By the way, former teammates from what the Ghost Gaming and Equinox days, or Berserkers on, should say. Anyway, well, let's focus on Blue Water, because got Battison always starting to ruckus here at A main, and this has got FlyQuest sticking to their guns, kind of playing a more reactive style when it comes to A. This is where you can get push comes to shove and really get FlyQuest to make errors when they have to react quickly like this. So Blue Water with middle control now.
Avery had no drone too, so I love that he backpedaled from the B side instead of trying to go B right into the op.
Oh, Melia, Thea, off the snake bite, and man, right into Blue Otter. Oh, okay. Throw the Hunter's Fury in, and Oasis is on an island with nowhere to go. That's how FlyQuest break the win streak.
Well, very nice from FlyQuest too, and in terms of forcing out early util from the side of Blue Otter, trying to see if they could have some players from FlyQuest bite into the util that's being thrown early, so that Blue Otter could try to punish into their angle holds, the default slow round that they were pulling. But once they realize here that they have 0 map control on B side, and they're like, okay, we got to go for the Hail Mary. Let's just go for the dimensional, for the Cosmic Divide and try to hit towards that A site. And they were met with so much opposition because you still had so much util left for the side of FlyQuest. You waste any on the side of A. You're playing double controller for the stall between Thea and Melia, and that's been their bread and butter on that side. And how they want to set up here for FlyQuest. They keep wanting Edith to solo hold with the Yoru so that Jazikins could fast TP and rotate towards the A site, but still have enough stall and firepower on both sides here to really not allow Blue Water to do any slow rounds. And I think Blue Water are starting to realize that too. I mean, they were just talking about it at the desk earlier on too from Athena. She was mentioning, hey, it's a double duelist comp that we have from Blue Water. Just hoping to see a lot of explosive hits coming out here from Blue Water with util supporting from behind that could really start thwarting the stalls here and the setups from the aggressive lines of Edith. So far, we haven't seen too much of that yet.
I like how the desk pointed out that this map can feel very deathmatchy, and I like how it's like, FlyQuest have won rounds without diffusing. It's just been straight up brawling it out, and these surprise spots just like this. Edith delivers another big first blood for FlyQuest. As impactful as ever, just like they were back on Pearl. As Blue Water had to pick themselves up by their bootstraps and keep on trucking, keep on swimming, and try to go towards the B site. And you're able to find Jazzykins. Have numbers, equal position, and off the smoke, the cross made. Destabilize Edith there. Kind of a crazy fight to win. That gets them to plant.
Spike planted.
And Oasis is pushed towards the arches. They're going to be able to hear Ev rotating across. Cotton drone, you are dead.
Be faster.
Ooh. FlyQuest have been outread and outgunned in these moments. Cosmic Divide from the defense to force Blue Otter forward or back and to split them apart. And Melia playing with fire here. Won't have the jump up that they hope for, but he's going to at least react to this 1v1. And Oasis jumps out from the Cosmic Divide. Melia halfway on the defuse. And what a reaction to Madison. Oh my god, Melia. It's insane.
That is insane. That is a second flick coming out from Melia. One from a Vandal on that hero round that I talked about multiple rounds past. And then now a flick back with a Phantom right to the dome of Oasis. At 8 HP, by the way. What a shot. And a Red Bull clutch out from the controller. Almost even star player pretty much for FlyQuest. Look at that isolation too. What a shot. And even the TP, I mean, you're trying to do whatever you can for a sound bait. It doesn't really matter that you popped it out in the open. You're just trying to break the crosshair placement. It was a nice play by Madison. But such a quick flick back there from Melia. Edith cannot flick that one though.
Silver lining there for Blue Water that they have all 5 intact off of a contact play from Edith. Now they have their bearings. Water cross B maybe yet again, but they have to address Jazzykins, who's watching A carefully.
And they've already identified gaps. Look at the ping. So despite them thinking, or you thinking as a spectator, that May has a timing on the top, it's already being pinged out. So they know what gaps to look at, and Jazzykin's just going to get this timing. They're never going to check this corner.
Oh, it says the Cosmic Divide comes down, just like on Pearl, but it favors Blue Water this time. Sin will get the best of Jazzykins, and that begins the flood into A as Edith could not stand a chance by themselves. Solid advantage to work with, and even you got spawn cutoffs. May goes for it. It's a home run, mostly, I guess, struck out here by Melia. It's gonna let them know who's the boss of their spawn.
Yeah, this is a safe scenario for sure, but that is just unlucky for Jazzykins. Look at Oasis's HP on top of that, 30. You can almost feel that the audio cue comes out, and then from our screen, it doesn't look like the wall popped up yet, so it should have been a kill on one, but somehow still saves Oasis at the last second. Time has been wasted to spray bodies, so Sin maybe could catch a timing here. She's actually looking towards the wrong area in the end. Might be able to save these 2 weapons now for FlyQuest and Blue Otter. They reset the tempo here. This is still going to be a good buy for FlyQuest in the next round by saving these 2 weapons, because Edith could still buy an op, or they go full rifle, outlaw, something like that, so that everybody else could get rifles in full util. And we'll have to see what the buy is going to look like now. So the op does get invested. That might cause a lower buy for one of the players. Yeah, look at that replay. Just unlucky. Great reaction coming out from Blue Otter right after, though.
This is the moment I want to point out. You said time wasted shooting bodies. Okay, fun police. Sometimes you have to play mental warfare, okay? Even if it's the grand final.
Oh, they are.
You gotta take your wins where you can.
I mean, Sin, like I said, Sin could have found the timing and punished them. I'm not being... Oh, wait, there's almost a little Edith is going to get a kill here.
Oh, barrel. Barrel? Edith? Ooh, it looked collabable. That's a word I can just invent there. But Edith gets their one. Well, more often than not. I'm going to be looking forward to seeing the first blood stats from FlyQuest just off of Edith alone. And it's Blue Otter have 2 chamber players too, so it's not like they're allergic to bringing that agent out, but just sticking to more traditional comp.
If you get to invent words, I want to invent words as well. So right now we also have Ev on a full rotational back towards the A site where they have the 3 stackies.
I like that stackies. Makes it cute, but will it be cute after this? Because it's just snake fight forcing Thea into some barrels, and Blue Otter shots that ring true. Jazzykins is going to be a nuisance here. Blue Otter going to watch carefully.
Stay alive, keep them pinned.
Push her luck. Yeah. Jazzykins going to deny their escape towards main as Blue Otter now they're able to answer. Great pick from Edith. Now Avery, this is where they look the best, but man, Edith trades at the perfect moment, and FlyQuest are keeping it as close as they can.
There was a chance too, as much as they got that pick, forcing Battison on a reposition and punish them. After they flooded back towards that site, they all went in different directions, where Avery in those moments could definitely shine. I was getting worried for a second there, especially if an op shot missed. That one didn't miss in the front. And they were a little bit better here on the trades on that backside battle here. It was usually been Blue Otter's battles that have won towards the A site plant in these chaotic moments. But they always needed a clutch to come out towards the end. Last round of the half, though. We do have Hunter's Fury. Maybe try to get the ult orb to do the Hunter's Fury with the dimensional drift from Battison, which is why you see FlyQuest trying to contest this.
That flash alone, Blue Otter conditioned to just expect some aggression out of FlyQuest, and Jazzykins knowing how close they were.
There's no stall
Dimensional
here.
drifting. I just wonder where Battison is going to want to decloak the Hunter's Fury ping. We'll see what kind of work the arrow will do, but wait, FlyQuest just fight back. What happens when you corner a dog, and now you got the Viper's Pit right on the spike. But you have the drone from FlyQuest checking out the perimeter. Counter drone 2 from the offense. Avery try to watch the flank, but also any angle around this pit. Sin is going to step out and try to play off of Avery in a potential push past this Viper's wall. Edith is just gonna wait. Oh, the dip away from the op. The barrel spotted. Sin hunts down 2. Is that enough for Avery? Keep the hopes alive in the final round of the half. Trying to get the shock bolts on the spike, and it's too little too late. FlyQuest will even things up going into the second half.
How the hell did we stay alive towards that back of the site, though, from Thea? And he got value with the smoke that got popped towards that back. I don't know what happened there, because Thea was getting heavily pressured. I don't know if she had time to pop her own smoke down. I feel that maybe that was an attack side star that was supposed to be a stun, and maybe we misclicked. I don't know what happened there. But they stayed alive, and they got that pick, and that was not supposed to be a defendable round there for FlyQuest, because The Viper was already towards that B site. Melia was not anywhere near to Snakebite slow down. They only had 1 star towards that front. They had a weak side on defense on A, yet they still got that round for FlyQuest. That was an insane last round of the first half, and that helps build FlyQuest the confidence moving to the pistol round of the second half. Remember, this is still series point, championship point for FlyQuest. And for Blue Waters, it's starting to turn into dangerous waters.
Here.
This is how you kick off your year if you're FlyQuest. To overcome that deficit, to overcome adversity, now to go in as a team. This pistol is so important. That snakebite right at the front door. The smokes too, the spam. FlyQuest will squeeze out, and Sin reacts accordingly. He is trying to swing back and forth. Let's Edith take the helm, and now FlyQuest have to battle tooth and nail through everything, through the fire and the flames. 2 versus 2. Avery's gonna wait for rotates to come in. Oh, you spotted the head on the right. Melia trying to address one at a time and isolates it, and Avery. Better timing. They under pressure now at 19 HP. Has to survive with the spike. Whoa, the 1 tap is nasty. You're Avery, stomping your direction. They 2 HP and a dream that dies at the hands of Avery.
It was so close. Thea is so good at pistol rounds. It almost shows that her experience through the CSGO days, she was probably playing pistol servers, USP only, and it shows. It brings out the ghost so many times on pistol rounds and just connects with headshots nonstop, and almost was able to win that one on a 1v2. Like, look at this. They already had a 5 versus 3 advantage for Blue Water, yet you have instant trades and then heroic plays out of Thea. Look at that. That should have been, again, another one of those rounds where you're able to convert back here for FlyQuest and make it winnable. But they almost did. Blue Water, though, stays alive in this fight. They take the scoreline to 7.
FlyQuest with the stack. Not too worried about the A site. This has been awarded to them now as have Avery in a passive position with a drone too that could check this out. Wanting to conserve that. Ooh, scary. But May is able to cut them off on the entry too. So FlyQuest take what space they have and may just try to run over Avery here, who's got a lot on their plate as a way to escape, and that leaves Oasis to emerge from A and kill them all from behind. Blue Water, I like that confidence.
And a very similar take in terms of Blue Water. They want to utilize range snipes, bolt action weapons to their advantages on the long range fights. Yet instead of going for like a Bucky around all of that, they went for full Guardian and Martial Outlaw. It was such a big investment too from Blue Water that the shots had to connect, and thankfully it did, and they did rather, in terms of shots. And then now FlyQuest are going to play a little bit of a default round to try to activate Edith with the op. No armor. Avery with a Guardian looking in from the tunnel.
Even with the crouch, it's not enough to save you, Edith. As accurate, precise as ever, delivering so many of these crucial picks for FlyQuest in the early round. Blue Otter are used to picking up these pieces, and despite a lower buy, they've done some damage. It's all up to May. Solo with no mid-map presence, no B main info. All up to May to do it on her own. It almost gets caught with util in hand. The drone already gonna harass her. The snakebite forced out her position. How much util can you invest in stop May? But she still gets a kill out of that. So FlyQuest, it won't be for free. It will feel pretty certain.
Yeah, damaged player, but you still have Edith watching all the way back from the window. So all lanes are covered. Oasis is just trying to do some econ damage if she can.
Ooh.
I thought that hit
right
on
through
both
the bun
sides.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the ponytail. What the heck? Crazy plot armor, but Sin is helping the retake.
Ooh.
And
Wait.
the snake bite. eats through Thea. Two versus two. The Blue Water comeback. Is it real?
No
Oasis is writing it to be true. The defuse is halfway. And now, cherry on top. I can't believe it. Blue Water gets away with it again.
What the hell happened there?
Damn right we're crushing it.
No, you're not crushing it. What the hell happened there? That almost felt again another one of those rounds where they get some early map control, they get some good spacing, and then they just give it all up. In that post plant, you have one watching the elbow and 3 players on site, yet somehow Sin is able to sneak through to get 3 kills. Yes, a snake bite on a low HP, but then after that, you catch one. I mean, you jiggle out on that side and you notice that nobody's on the spike. You have to make sure that somebody's going to try, that Oasis is trying to make a play. I don't know what the hell happened there, but...
Imagine if Edith would have hit that shot on Oasis. That round would have looked very different. Pressure makes diamonds, and Blue Water, they play really well in 3 versus 5 situations. By the way, this was a lot of pistols, a lot of stingers coming into this round for FlyQuest.
Hey, this is winnable. For Blue Water.
Winnable for Blue Water.
Yeah, it looks like you have one trying to lurk down towards the elbow too. That's Melia, making sure that nobody's gonna be pushing down towards that spot. Finally, Sin walks up.
Blue Water got to get this done quickly. They're on the other side of the wall. Someone's on the defuse, and Avery kicks it off with 2. It's always Avery.
You got grapple.
Oasis has been found. A lot of delays from FlyQuest, and it's all over. But man, does it ever get close? And this was on such a low buy. Yes, actual thrifty from FlyQuest. Insane.
Oof. I think we're starting to see too, in terms of experience that we credited FlyQuest to, and the experience that we credited Wadada to, in terms of playing long BO5s. The first map going into overtime already, and yet we get into a third map where mistakes are slipping from the side of FlyQuest. Despite this being a round on a thrifty round for Fly, it wasn't as clean as it was from the entry to the hold in the pulse plan. I feel right now is how they're scaling on that map, on that site for the last 2 rounds. There's not enough backside control to prevent Blue Water from just flooding back from half wall into the pillar. We need to change that.
Oasis. Oh, preventative measures. Jazzykin's star has been dimmed. Hunter's Fury right through the choke. How do you dance against this, FlyQuest?
Spike down B.
Well, you pick a different tune, you pick a different site, and the spike is not with you, so...
Pick a different round.
Yeah.
Look at where those exits are too. So one gets caught off. It's fine because it's Jazzykin trying to create space, right? She TPs towards that site. She gets caught off guard by an updraft with Blade Storm. But then the rest, through all these smoke bubbles that were placed towards that front of that site, the disruption from the Hunter's Fury, and you're not able to scale on the ladder side towards that back of the site. They're always fighting towards that front. There's no wrap
May got
around.
the orb too for the Cosmic Divide. It's always nice to get. Deny at least the orb from FlyQuest. So is this going to be the map though that Blue Water can actually close out? Because they've been at better leads than this actually, and FlyQuest still find a way to come back. So you're still on the edge of your seat if you're a Blue Water fan. I mean, obviously look at a series score would be enough.
You know this is going to be already difficult, though, for FlyQuest to have better executes on their attack side, too, because they're not playing with a jet that gets the full dash. You're not playing a Neon that covers up walls, so it's really like the Omen, just a TP out in the open, and hopefully there's util in the back, like Recon or something, that is going to keep players back. Gonna try for another condition. Oh my god, no.
Oh, thought it was secure, and there's an op greeting them at the front door. That is the opposite of what FlyQuest wanted. So they won't be able to leverage that ult. Still try to pivot into A. All rides on Sin and Battison, who already do a fantastic job of diminishing the options that FlyQuest have. And now just with pistols, this round feels pretty GG. This gets Blue Otter up to 11, that much closer.
And that's a change from Blue Otter, actually. You're still trying to condition FlyQuest to hit towards his B. FlyQuest, sorry, still trying to condition to hit towards his B side. They throw up a Cosmic Divide, but all of Blue Otter disrespected that Cosmic Divide and played in front of it and just caught Jazzykins off guard. Then as soon as she falls, you realize that this has already been a fake because there's nobody behind that after that kill. So they've already able to readjust, get the players on the A site ready, and just capitalize on kills where FlyQuest loses timing on, not necessarily timing, but just working with each other to work the mid round. They solo walk up with the spike into the mid double doors. The other two were still watching for a rotate into tunnel. Why is it two? Why is it Evan Edith when Edith has the dual to false already looking towards the tunnel? You need to have Ev going with, I think that was Thea, right? To trade off each other on that A side if you're trying to scale up for a contact play. I think you need to iron that out, making sure here as a coach, Joe, to talk to the team that this happens when the first phase of your attack plan gets thwarted. You still hold your fundamentals as a team.
FlyQuest gets so much out of these timeouts, and I'll keep saying it. Like, even their first timeout in about middle of the first half, they improved tremendously. They got 4 extra rounds after that. They're going to need a lot of extra rounds in the second half because FlyQuest have only won 1 attacking round so far. This is despite having like a lot of first bloods from Edith. It's just Blue Otter's defense and at stopping them at the double doors and mid and catch them crossing into B. Blue Otter is so good at controlling the perimeter.
They just need to make sure that they get a little bit more mid control because they're not doing that for FlyQuest. They are so far slamming B, getting stopped every time and just running into a brick wall every time. Now you're starting to see the default happen a little bit more, and by controlling that middle, you're now forcing the hands of players to play towards the extremities where hopefully Melly could punish one there if that does happen, that they get this pick here.
Ooh, Edith versus Oasis. Okay. FlyQuest able to just ignore that, at least mark where the op is and go in its opposite direction. Now throwing out the drone to see where that op was positioned. As Sin already marking one down.
There's the punish on a main.
FlyQuest were trying to get looks. Ooh. And the options are dwindling for FlyQuest. 3 versus 5 now for their attack. It's not getting any better after this timeout. Just get Ev into a Hunter's Fury position on the post plane. You would feel assured, but I would just be surprised if FlyQuest could plan at all. 3 versus 2. They could try to just outnumber the site, but
left.
Not a second time. Not a second time, man. Well, Ev is still having fun. That's what you're talking about. You know, you could still have some fun here while still losing 7-11.
One enemy remaining.
Brother.
12 seconds left. This Ev will get away with the plant here. There's a double swing. And the finish here from Battison. Blue Otter may just force another map here very soon. And based on the trends that we're seeing, I would put my bet on it.
And that's just 2 beautiful impact kills from May in that round. As we were just talking about, try to create a diversion here towards the top and middle. You see that Melia tries to find her timing towards A main. It almost works out because that would have been an overextension from May in front of that smoke. Suddenly, she still flicks to get that kill on to Sid, or onto Melia, and still decides to walk a second time in the smoke where nobody's going to expect that. And you can't drone, because one, you don't have it, but even if you still have it, you can't drone into main because you can't give your position away. You have to play contact, so you don't expect the player to play inside that smoke. You get caught off guard. And now May is able to put Blue Otter comfortably at map point to try to push this to a 4th map.
This Viper's wall is so annoying to try and just get through. A lot of teams are forced to use util just to clear this point. It gets you on edge if there's like a jet or something lingering, but now the dimensional drift will simplify things for Jazzykins and friends with the Hunter's Fury to follow suit, and Sin just gets a kill off the snake right at the front door, but punished as a result. Hunter's Fury at least gets 1. FlyQuest throwing the clone in Blue Otter's face, who will stick to their guns behind box. Now a counter dimensional drift, this time from Battison.
No.
Gets looks on mid, and even with that informational advantage, Avery gets surprised by Melia. FlyQuest will play at a distance, now losing a lot of this space. Jazzykins will be the one to protect the spike with the Judge, while Blue Water face adversity head on. They get crunched from all sides. FlyQuest will vanquish this round.
I don't even think they had the advantage of the info from that ult, because I was watching the pathing from the mini map, and I saw that they went through the double doors, but not deep enough to clear where Melia was walking up. So as you see the rotate coming through from Avery, they get caught off guard, and it's a simple kill. Melia able to rotate back towards the main, get the snake bite out towards that ground, and that was just a fake check from the dimensional drift. That was so costly. That's a big ult that's out of the equation, but now they need to turn this around for FlyQuest. If they could stop here, this hit that's going to come out towards A main from Blue Water, if they could punish that and reset the econ in terms of ult for Blue Water, they might stand a chance.
Oh my god, Oasis is just taking over. Jesus. FlyQuest down to 3, make it 2. Melia and Thea have to try and get the spike through the pit. Thea will find a safe corner. No, is going to try and fight through when the spike down, hoping the trade is there. Melia's got her back. Now in a 1v3. They'd like to have that teammate card, but hey, Viper's Pit will be your teammate.
Yeah, but why is it Thea walking into the pit first? Melia had the timing on the backstab to get it, and unfortunately, they don't time that perfectly, and they lose the map.
Thought she would have played in the pit. That was an awkward ending. 13-8 for an exciting continuation of the series, at least. Blue Water take Breeze, which is FlyQuest's choice of map. And they're able to, you know, force those arrows out of FlyQuest and have that punishing power and even bring some clutch power of their own. Like, big ups to people like Avery, Oasis, especially bringing the op into the picture. And up next, we have Bind. And yeah, I was glad to see Oasis bring out the op. Just a one-sided op show for FlyQuest was no fun.
Yeah, they did get done at one end, but I think the other thing too is that if on a TLDR, this is again, the games are going kind of long, the series is going kind of long, but it seems that the mistakes are coming out from FlyQuest a lot more than Blue Water. And we saw how Blue Water was also able to shine against Warada, where now it comes down to the micro, and they were really good playing off each other with this communication in terms of util that's needed for hero plays, for solo anchors, for example. I think if this continues on now for Blue Water, I wouldn't be surprised to see a 5th map.
Yeah, can Blue Water continue this? That is the big question, or will finally FlyQuest close out this kickoff championship in their favor? They've been gunning it ever since last year, and many years actually. But let's find out what happens on Bind Blue Water's choice of map right after this.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Holy smokes, you don't look so good, boss.
Tell me about it. It's a real inferno down here, and I'm burnt out.
Here, try a Red Bull. It's devilishly good.
Red Bull? Oh, that tastes heavenly. Wait a minute. What's this?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Wings? Wings? I can't have wings. Not in my position.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone. Well, bounce back ability from Blue Otter are on display. They get a map on the board. That means they're keeping themselves alive here in our grand final. Zoe here, back with Athena and Ash. We're about to break it all down. This was a very dominant showing from Blue Otter, who were on their last leg, backs against the wall. Like, this is showing incredible grit from that team.
Yeah, it feels like they were just showing that they could come back. They had that mentality to go right into it, and they were super, super productive into doing it. Just felt like this team finally understood what it was to swing together, to make sure that they're taking a lot of that map control and taking a lot of the space and just doing a good job overall playing in their post-lands, playing in their retake situations. It really felt like we saw Blue Otter kind of thrive as a team, as well as having a lot of those heroics and having players on the operator like Oasis and just getting a lot of their ones.
I think they're also doing a really good job of punishing the mistakes that FlyQuest were making as well, especially on that defensive first half there for FlyQuest. We saw a couple of those fights happening either towards mid doors or even some aggression into A main to try and contest that space early, but Blue Otter were more than happy to fall a little bit further back and re-engage in some of those fights with the utility of their own to ensure that they could truly capitalize the most out of the way that they were trying to contest. It was a great 5 rounds in a row for Blue Otter to take things up. I think it was like, what, 5-2 in that first half. FlyQuest, they managed to, you know, bring it back a little bit though. Once they stopped going for as much of that aggression on some of those extremities, I think, like, especially from Thea, I think we saw a couple of risks being taken that weren't really necessary, but getting into those retakes felt definitely a lot more comfortable to bring this third map, I can't count, guys, I can't count anymore, to bring this third map that little bit closer. But once we swapped sides there, Athena, it was Blue Otter all the way.
Yeah, and I think for Blue Otter too, it just felt like they fully understood and were kind of seeing through the game plans that FlyQuest were trying to throw at them. A lot of the fakes, a lot of the mid control, it was just completely contested. And I think one of the bigger reasons why is because they were so proactive in taking a lot of that map control, especially on their defense side. But yes, overall, 100% deserved win from Blue Otter. This is where it felt super good for them, and it felt so like contending when it came towards how they're playing against FlyQuest. They were so good at getting these initial picks. They were really good with using a lot of that utility to take the fights, and it just felt like they weren't scared. And I feel like that's what we've been asking for them for so long, especially with that double duelist comp, and they finally brought it to the table.
Yeah, that is for certain. And I think for FlyQuest, I do want to give a lot of credit to Edith and Melia for trying to keep the team in the game. There are incredible hero moments. I know Edith went, 6-1 when it came down to those first engagements. You talked about it, Athena, those compositional differences. Being on Breeze, it's so awkward when you don't have some sort of dive agent to create that space. And Jazzy just wasn't able to get started as that duelist that we know that Jazzy is so good at being. But going back to how Blue Otter performed in this matchup, I think those hero plays that we're talking about, it takes me back to that one round coming out from Blue Otter. The bonus that they were able to win in that second half, I think really cemented their ability to take this series, not just the series, to extend this series for themselves, but to take this map of Breeze. And it reminds me of that one round that we saw on Split as well, another 2v4 that was won. It just seems like Blue Otter, in moments like this, they're so good at communicating with each other, ensuring that they can isolate the right fights and find that coverage to get the perfect timing. Like, Edith had to be very cognizant of Oasis in this. The perfect swing comes out to ensure that Melia can't creep up on Sin, to ensure that the defuse can go through. And those are the moments that I think that have really cemented the identity, it feels like, of Blue Otter and the way that they like to play. When it comes down to those clutches, when their backs are up against the wall, they're able to make magic happen in moments like that. And it comes down to those those raw mechanics, and then also the communication as well.
Yeah, I think that 2v4 just really proved that their communication, exactly like you said, was on point. Their ability to understand what's happening on the map around them, and having a lot of those crossfires where we saw FlyQuest, they were struggling a little bit with their crossfires, especially on their defense side. They were letting them get onto the site, letting them get a lot of these picks when initially, like, you have the numbers advantage so often and you're just kind of throwing it away. But I do think one of the players that I personally want to talk about is Avery, because Avery had such a phenomenal game going into this. Map 1, 212 ACS. Granted, they did lose Split, but Avery still had a dominating performance. And now in map 3, Avery, again, one of the main reasons why they won a lot of their post plans as well as their retakes, because the util usage from Avery has just been on point. They use the drone a lot of the time to catch out Edith on the operator. They also use the drone to just get space when they knew that they had the numbers advantage, and not risking one of their numbers and risking one of their players and bodies to fall when it came to getting on the site. And of course, just going crazy, getting these frags, taking their ones. Avery just did a phenomenal job overall.
It's just crazy to see from a player that is being so supportive in that initiator role, and then also being able to take over moments like that. Even calling back to, you're talking about, you know, some of those clutch moments that we've seen previously, a 23% clutch rate. That's nearly a quarter of clutch situations that Avery's going to be able to win out for Blue Otter, which is so impressive. And I'm looking forward to now, we're expecting them to go on to a third agent that we're going to see in this series as well, with Bind coming up next, and expecting that Teo to come through.
Yeah, both teams have been playing Teo on this map. Do you think either of the teams is probably willing to make some changes, or will they just go with what we've seen so far from them already?
I feel like they're definitely gonna go with what they know. I think right now it's kind of really hard point to kind of change things up, especially if you have a pretty solid understanding of this map. That being said, Blue did pick Bind, and we've talked a little bit about how we thought this kind of veto situation was actually leaning towards FlyQuest, and I think this is one of the maps that we were also questioning, because FlyQuest, they've had a lot of success on Bind, and for Blue Otter, it feels like they've won one, they've lost one, they haven't been 100% sure on their exact playstyle that they want to bring for this map, and it's a little bit wish-washy for me.
I gotta say though that even though it's a 1-1 loss one situation, it was also that change between compositions that we saw coming in there as well, right? Like seeing previously the Waylay being used there for Blue Otter just didn't look quite as comfortable. Shifting onto this Raze composition, definitely looking a little bit more comfortable in that sense, and it is going to be nearly a mirror matchup that we're expecting here as well. I think that when you're looking at the success that Blue Otter had also on Bind though, a lot of that came down not just to Battison on that Viper, but May too. On the Clove in particular is going to enable her to be a little bit more aggressive, something that we've seen from her throughout this series, that ability to take those risks. But I'm going to take it all back, because Athena, we are getting changes coming in. What is happening here?
Okay, Clove Chamber, Waylay, I like it. Wait, Picasso. Hold on, this is crazy. I like it, Picasso.
I love that,
okay, so wait, you literally asked us if we thought someone's going to change. I'm like, absolutely not. Well, here we go.
But it will be Blue Otter, because that's what they've done yesterday already when they played against Waterdaw, right? They were willing to make those changes with compositions that weren't giving them 100% success.
And I think like that ability to adapt is something that we've seen work out really well for Blue Otter. And I think that something that we actually haven't talked about is enough in this grand finals matchup is the just flexibility of these players as well, right? It feels like nearly all of these players, yes, you have like Avery is always consistently on, you know, the initiator role, but everybody else is willing to flex onto something a little bit different so this team can get creative. And now it's also going to leave a couple questions here for FlyQuest Red, because this is not the comp that they were preparing to go up against.
I think we're going to see a lot more explosive plays from Blue Otter, especially with Oasis on that Clove playing super aggressive. But it's definitely going to be a brawly map going into it, Zoe.
That's right, they got to give it their all to stay alive. FlyQuest is still on map point and so close to hoisting an imaginary trophy. Let's see if they can get it done on our next map and send it back over to Lemon Kiwi and then Silly.
I love imaginary trophies.
This. Yeah, I was just thinking that imaginary trophy. Hey, sometimes that's all you need to kick off your year in style. So we either have a reverse sweep starting on one hand, or FlyQuest getting their first kickoff championship. Either way, I'm here for it, Vans.
And so far, another compositional change coming out from Blue Otter. So props to Lolomir being the coach and whoever is cooking up these compositions with them for the Blue Otter roster, because we've seen the changes come through where they wanted to anti directly into Starbound by pulling out an ISO. This time I want to know what they're trying to counter specifically with now May going as a Waylay. And not only are they changing comps, but they're also changing roles. Battison, who's been playing Duelist the whole time, goes to Controller. May goes to Duelist. This is insane what's going on across the board here. And now Swiss Army knife for sure across the board for Blue Water. Of how, I guess the question is, how comfortable are you playing these roles right now, and will it work? FlyQuest, though, don't want to be flustered by this new compositional change. They want to bring the aggression out first, so they're about to go for a triple pop into Sands if they can. Actually, it's all guns out. No flash to peek out. They're just letting here Blue Otter play the contact up.
Avery see the cross. Oh, okay. Avery tagged and not scared. FlyQuest did just slow walk up towards them, and Edith is gonna just hold it so they can play off of their teammates. That almost gonna boil down the pistol. But now Blue Water just follow through on the headway that May has made as new duelist. We have another duelist. We have another chamber player. Like, Blue Water has so much agent overlap.
Right now, these two players on the A site, they have to do their darnest to try to stall this plant. They have it with snake bites. They have it with one salvo, and they're hoping to force the TP back through Sands. And if they can, then at least those 3 players from FlyQuest are there the whole time. Now, please smoke that out so you can go for the flank.
Launching missile.
All right, you have May heating up towards the side, and Oasis goes to check out U-Haul. Goes headfirst into a shorty, and FlyQuest are jumping out. The Ghost doing all the talking here for Ev, and Sin trades out beautifully. Double kill now with U-Haul control, but with barely anybody to spare if you're Blue Water, and Solo swings into 1v3, and Madison has to watch this all break down. FlyQuest will get the pistol.
Yeah, again, because those 3 players were down towards Sands, I was like, they got to make some sort of play. They got to try to trap Avery and try to take them down, because they've now given up their surprise element, and they've held that angle the whole time. And I'm like, crap, they're losing so much timing. They're allowing now Blue Water to flood towards this A site, and you need it now, Ev and Nelly, to step up, and step up they did. Not only that, they even denied the U-Haul pressure that Blue Water was trying to bring in the first place, and not even allowing Blue Water to get a plant at all. So they didn't even need to force the TV back towards Sands. FlyQuest are able to win another great pistol round to start.
Ooh. Thea has stepped it up so much since Split, like IGL tax who? Like, this is such a well-rounded roster now, and with the anti-ego and first blood in their favor. Oh, as the smoke came up, you saw a dashing Waylay come in your direction with a shorty. And Ev, as dependable as ever, not letting Blue Otter get a leg up at all on this eco. But hey, stacked up together, it's the best situation you can be in if you're Blue Water. At least hope to trade and get any kind of upgrade, but as soon as, I mean, Melly or anyone steps into this U-Haul, I was thinking about the Judge, but the Judge is anywhere but close by. Ev could easily evacuate here the U-Haul, but just gonna wait for them to exit at any point.
Yeah, crabbing towards U-Haul, they spotted at least the Clove still holding there for FlyQuest, and then now you force the plant, salvos to try to deny, and now you flood back to take the U-Haul control.
The cope is Blue Water technically have a 3 versus 3 on this site until reinforcements come back in, but now it's just about playing time.
No way.
He just spams through the wall. What is that read? And now the the last position of the U-Haul, and oh my god, the nade. So well placed, so clinical for FlyQuest to get a flawless anti-eco.
Yeah, I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch, because we saw two very strong pistols to an anti-eco on that second round of Breeze before, and then suddenly Blue Water is able to play a slow tempo, insert some players in the right spots, and then just win these rounds. And that's kind of like interesting too, in terms of how Blue Water are approaching these maps. You pull out these comps where, okay, they're pulling double duelists. It should be quite fast. It should be explosive. They play quite slow. They're winning these rounds off the slow tempo that they're bringing out here with these supposed to be aggressive comps. This could be very similar views right now, especially with Main going as this Waylay. It could be just one of those moments where you create a diversion and you're forcing FlyQuest to overextend to find info in the mid-round.
It's only been 10-ish days since Blue Water last played this map too, in that quarterfinal. So looking up something special for FlyQuest, but now it's time to deliver on the first rifle round here for Blue Water, as the drone is going to spot the 2. Shot down. Blaze from this Tejo are really good at denying this shower's position, so Blue Water will frustrate themselves to go another path.
Just gonna slam back through when this orb comes down.
Oh, Melia. Oh, you've seen her pull off magic with the Judge. It catches too. Look at towards U-Haul. Also tagged up a third. Avery at 20 HP. No escape in sight, it's feeling like. And I don't know how you press against this Judge. Avery tries to throw out U-Tail, and Melia's going for another ace with the Judge. Make it a ghost at the end, but still disgusting.
Yeah, this time was ridiculous, because this was a gun round too for Blue Otter. and somehow she finds a timing through the attacker's wall, should I say, from Madison. Everybody's looking towards that right side. And that is the issue too of trying to play contact, right? You're not trying to throw any eyes or any prowlers as you're trying to scale up because you don't want to give your position away. Yet you've already made a lot of noise towards showers in the first place. So if you're trying to pivot back, you know there's already going to be, what, 2 players heavy on showers. You could try to add a little bit more fast tempo pressure into short so that at least you play power of numbers as you flood across. But I mean, it's hard to call that out too, because you're putting yourself in the shoes of Blue Water. You have no idea there's a judge playing on the side of the other side of the wall. Your call is to walk to try to surprise player who have been playing quite passively inside U-Haul, and you're trying to punish that. So good on FlyQuest at least to change around their positionings on the defense on that round.
Elia can get an orb too, since they have a stronger buy, or, you know, just stick to killing, because that's what FlyQuest are so good at. If you just look at the tally right now, and Blue Water gets suffocated early, and that makes them kind of behind on the ult cycles. So that's how the streak can kind of really swell for FlyQuest. Just thinking back on the Pearl start, for example, where it was 5-0, and good footing so far for FlyQuest, and should be good round for them again. Blue Water, though, will take a lot of space through showers, despite being conditioned that Ev was lurking around and throwing bots and rockets. And Blue Water, they just addressed the problem head on. Got a good position. They need different angles around A if that's the site they want to end at.
Loss of dash too when you're taking forward position with the Bucky, so you can't really go anywhere aggro anymore. Sin's just trying to find some sort of timing. So you have to make this noise on the A side. You're hoping for a rotate, but look at that, staying stoic or FlyQuest. Even though Sin slipped the net, Jazikin not moving is still a good angle for her to win the fight, and there you go. You see it happen off screen.
Executed.
May clocked by Ev here in those steps. It's unfortunate this lurk isn't working out for Blue Water, but you were tempering your expectations too, coming in with a lot of shares and whatnot. Jazzykins with the second, standing on top of the box, repositions. Blue Water gonna try and clear through, and Power of Friendship is what wins here. Jazzykins locks a 3K for that round. 4-0 for FlyQuest.
Yeah, Jazzikin still has the same reaction time as when she first started with Magical. Like tight angles being held and still lands lasers right there through the wall too. All bullets connecting through the wall for the headshot. Very nice. Again, anti-eco, but still anti-eco going into rounds where, you know, Sin as with a headhunter could be very nasty with it.
I need anyone from Blue Water to be nasty. But now we have rifles, ideally. Hopefully.
They turn it around. But we went from what, outlaw to off for the side of Edith.
A is a very in-your-face duelist so far, from my impression, but he kind of that opener. They've been caught off guard by navigating through the smokes and flashed up with nowhere to go. Water exchanged their way through it and still keep legs from underneath them. Now with the spike, they can truck on through towards B, as Ev will be the final boss, the only boss of B, hoping to delay and split apart this duo. As Blue Water need to win this quick. Reinforcements are on the way, and Thea will alleviate the pressure from Ev, who will stay safe, and Ev and Thea just dispatches both. Here comes Battison though, 1v2, gonna be heard, 40 seconds, and this, it's greeted by the crossfire here. Really good stuff from FlyQuest.
Whoever at Spike and Scale towards our right side was a small mistake coming through, because Battison should have maybe been vocal something. We don't get to hear the comments, so we don't know, but they should have said, hey, I have a timing. They missed the off shot. I've actually snuck through. I'm able to get a backstab. All they had to do for FlyQuest was to continue to make noise on that B site, but not fully commit into B, because you saw Battison win that fight. Edith went down over A, but unfortunately at the same time they've lost the spike towards B, and therefore both players.
Let's play.
And that just didn't allow the lurk to come into fruition for Blue Water. And Now, actually, for the first time, we're seeing a lot of mistakes coming through from Blue Otter on this map of mine.
There's good pressure from Blue Otter, but FlyQuest just usually get away with first bloods. Finally, May gets an opener that Blue Otter can work with. An Oasis follow-up is beautiful. This is just that back pocket clove that they like to bring out every once in a while, and one of the highest ACS agents that May has. Now Blue Otter.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, geez, off of May's Odin. It does a lot of yapping. Edith responds. The one shot they needed to hit. Now it's going to get swung on by Oasis at this back corner. A lot on Edith's plate, and it ends up as a thrifty for Blue Otter.
That's why I was afraid of a 32 rounds ago. When these rounds could happen, but instead of playing a default from Blue Otter, they just decided to say, look, we've changed comps to be more aggressive. Let's be aggressive, and hit B, and it worked, right? They dashed through, they got the push, they got the trades, and they get the round. Nothing more you could add on to that. They had just over flooded the site. And even upgrading into what the Odin that we had from the previous round, although not keeping it for Blue Water.
Early pit from FlyQuest. Addison gonna respect it. So the lurk is gonna come back towards maybe he's trying to get control of Hookah. I think Blue Water do their best when they can attack from multiple angles. They have a Nightfall, so Blue Otter can just simplify the round and almost cover the entire site with the ult blindly if they'd like.
They're super afraid right now too. The setup is actually quite nice for FlyQuest. Or you have, you know, this showstopper that stops towards Hookah, and if there's no pressure there, you could get the showstopper back to punish towards the B site. Especially now with this ulti that confirms the hit.
May just like dash past the Seekers. Battison still pulls through. The Nightfall ensues, and Jazzykins is just trying to dog and pressure back with what util she can.
No way.
And Thea just always comes and saves the day. It's insane. Thea's impact in this map, and Blue Water will have to pick up the pieces 2 versus 3. But oh,
Spike down.
just witnessed a murder. Absolute decimation. 6-1 now for FlyQuest.
Again, off camera, I was like, either should have the free kill onto the late lurk of the Viper up towards Sands. And somehow Battison wins that fight. A huge impact kill. But then after that, when it comes down to hero plays one more time, Jazzykins rolls back from the first map of a split. A beautiful battle up into Hookah that wins against Battison, that gets the info, a couple more kills, an op kill on top of that into the B site. And they save that round. But also the positive aspect of that from these hero plays that is converted from FlyQuest is that you're still able to now use this showstopper for this round.
Oh, conversion pass with the Prowler, Edith. The come at me bro stance. Rocket in hand. And to put it a stop to this attack. A 2-for-1 special. You take those. Absolutely.
On my mark.
Unlucky timing too. It almost felt with May jumping forward was like, okay, I am screwed. There's a showstopper that's about to kill me. Come towards me. I'll drop the spike and you could maybe recall. I think maybe that was the play, which is why I see May just jumping up on Sands. Because there's no way you're throwing your life away like that with a showstopper procced up into Hookah. So that's just unlucky. Yet they still savage the spike. And they also get an opener towards the A site.
It is hard to pull off a flawless against this Blue Water team, even when you're ahead by so much. The double swing. Oasis takes the brunt of it. Back with the ult. Dodges the orbital strike place from Thea. That could be enough delay to get reinforcements at least stable. FlyQuest watches from above and on the perimeter, and Edith ready. Reads Oasis like a book. Got a little too antsy once a spike was planted, so Sin is gonna calm things down. But there is a lot of angles that FlyQuest are going to be coming in from. Well, 2 is a lot for me, okay? And Sin is just going to try and play the time. You heard Jazzykins put out a shot. Whoa! Through the box. That was sick from Sin. Can they be heroic? Oh, Edith. Gets the 4th one. of the round, and FlyQuest are still ahead of the game.
Yeah, and it's great here that it's Jazkin being the sacrificial lamb. Just run, make some noise, tap the spike, bait out where the last player is at. Despite it being good shots from Sin, you saw the group up towards back of spawn. They were expecting for maybe a wraparound or something like that too, so you had to play the bait. And it works out, you fall into that trap. Here, look at that replay. So after they fall back, look at... Wait, May just decided to jump spot and at the recall. Okay, I don't know anymore. We should have seen that replay. No, I'm just questioning that play, but it's all good. It's all good. 7-1. It's all good.
Okay, besides a thrifty fly
spy again for Blue Water.
FlyQuest are insane.
Yeah.
Yeah. 2 Vandals.
It's not going to be as aggro
Sheriffs.
where they slam at either though, Lemon Q. Either just try to play a default again where it makes sense because you still have 2 Vandals to work with this time around instead of just like Stingers and Pistols. So I'll try to go for picks. Against an Edith op though is a little bit tough, so they're still trying to figure out what their op could be.
Showers is the only lane that feels gifted to Blue Water, and it seems to be the only angle that's workable. It's not been easy though. Just trying to get through A short safely with all 5 intact has been an impossible task for Blue Water. Because B has been a brick wall, as you could tell by the lack of plants that Blue Water have had this half.
I think we're just trying to jump spot for Ev. Yeah, jump spot stall. Armageddon's ready.
Hey, some info for Blue Water to work with and throw a Bucky amongst all the smokes, and May has thrown the advantage back into Blue Water's court. Did you upgrade these sheriffs into something else, though? We'll find out after. Oh, Hev checks the corner. Must have been a ghost. Must have been the wind. It's Sin against Edith, knowing that nade. Not too flustered. Still watching carefully for that peak, but time round feels on Blue Otter's side with the pit invested, fortressing in the spike. FlyQuest just don't have an in. It's feeling like they want to keep this up for the next round.
Surprised we didn't try to go for the Armageddon from Ev. Maybe they were just afraid because they got marked by the haunt and the tethers might catch them in their iPads or something like that, because I feel like the line that you throw with the ultimate across the line off the front, whoever was playing bench had no choice but to run forward to fight against Ev should that Armageddon go down. And that would probably dwindle down the numbers, get the Viper out of her pit, and give a chance for FlyQuest to fight through the disruption, which they've been pretty decent at so far. But I think because they were already falling behind by like 1 or 2 players from May's entries with the Bucky, they wanted to play the safe side. Try to carry that over to the next round. It was a 7-1 scoreline no matter what anyways. You still have good money to work with. This is probably your last lifeline before you have to go into a half buy, so you have to make this Armageddon work this time around.
It's funny that Blue Water do better with lower buys. Like, it was a thrifty for their first round win, and that one had 2 sheriffs, 2 vandals in it, so Blue Water, it's something about when the odds are stacked against them that they seem to flourish and clutch up the most at. But one thing is for sure is that Jazzykins will not make this free. Already marking some presence here at B Long. Probably to clear close. I think FlyQuest just play off the wall. It's what has worked with them for them almost every single round, other than clutches that have happened from Blue Water.
The reaction's still very good though. As they prowler up towards Long B, there's still a boombot out towards Showers, right? So it gives the line for Edith to take. So you know right now that Blue Water are not trying to go for a TP play back into a facet towards A. So they stack up towards the B site, but then for the sole play of Blue Water, they decide to walk back contact into A main. I don't think you pull this wall up, but Armageddon, because you've wasted so much time, is still very valuable for Ev so far in the back of the site.
When does Ev pull that trigger? Here the Prowler already in U-Haul. Ev, here in May, start to infiltrate this back line, and the Armageddon is pulled. It separates Blue Water temporarily, but will not deny the plant. 13 seconds, though. FlyQuest stuck in the back corner. Maybe relying on some vision here from Edith on the front lines. Now we'll converge here with Ev. Missile's thrown in the middle of the map, and what a shot from Ev! Jazzykins adds to that equation. Blue Water have to watch at a distance and be careful how aggressive they want to be. They still have to play off the spike, but man, it's Blue Water firing on all cylinders now.
Definitely back here, Blue Water in the fight. I love where they planted as well, because there's what, 16 seconds left after the Armageddon gets dispatched there by Ev. So there's no way you want to plant at the same default spot because Ev still has 2 salvos to work with. So you plant in an unorthodox position, out in the smoke, out in the open where, you know, you're open to spams from 4 different angles, yet you still get that plant down. It's a high risk, high reward kind of thing, and you make it work. You force the last players to scramble for flag quest and win off the angles. So that was a very nice heads up play on Blue Water with the chaos that ensued for that round. So you tried to use the ult, didn't work out. We talked about lifelines. Nico now that you have for flag quest. It's their turn for a mixed bag of tricks, and hopefully they could, if you're a flag quest fan, turn it in the same fashion, in the same result as Blue Water has in these lower buys.
Only one Vandal, 1 rifle for FlyQuest. Seekers that Jazzykins likes to pull out around that minute mark to get ahead of the plan before it executes here. Blue Water. Trying to disrupt Blue Water on the entry. You got missiles, you got flashes, you got everything that can be thrown at Blue Water, and how they mitigate that pressure has been how Blue Water have gotten back on their feet later in this first half.
We get the timing too off the boombot dispatching so they could start walking up.
30 seconds left.
Seekers might be a little bit too late though.
At least it'll be another hoop for Blue Water to jump through, and May just dashes through it all, but what a lock-in from Edith right in the smoke. Now we'll respect that space. Blue Water have nothing to work with, and despite FlyQuest only having 1 rifle in this half, or in this round, Blue Water falter against it.
I really thought that the Seekers being slightly late, that Blue Water might try to swing in front of the wall just to try to see if they could catch somebody off guard just around the corner, but it's just 1 slow jiggle peek. 1 tap in the orb too to guarantee that they have more than 1 player inside showers instead of trying to trade off each other. They've been silent the whole round, yet you still want to tap orb instead of trying to play contact and trade. That's a small mistake there for Blue Water. Lower buy that does convert for FlyQuest, and they're having a commanding lead going into the last round of the first half. An up though at least for Sin on the attack, and they're trying to take down this B control.
Deep smokes give FlyQuest orb advantage seemingly almost every round, but Water have been trying to have that punish and to clip Edith or whoever goes for it. Now is the convergent pass right at the front door. Jazzykins still gets the first blood. Blue Water had so much reliance on May to open up these rounds, and it's hit or miss in the barrel. Oh, that's a choke. Okay, that missed.
It's okay.
Hit or miss. Sometimes it does miss. We didn't see it. Hey, 4v4, exciting. Hey, in the nooks, and you check the angle at the right time, and Jazzykins flashes out. Big trait. Moment for Blue Water. Get back on their feet, and they find themselves on their back, courtesy of Edith with the 3K.
And that I can respect. The jump across, break crosshair, try to trade through, and unfortunately, Sin just misses the shot. They didn't expect the angle to be so tucked in. Why do you guys have to do that on replays, guys? Come on, Prod. But it's okay. You see, Edith, we get the highlight reel in the end. After winning those 2 fights, it's an easy one for the third one, dropping outside of the smoke. And FlyQuest have a commanding lead now for their map and series point. Remember, this is still a 2-1 series so far for FlyQuest. And if Blue Water is able to bring this back, push this to Abyss, that'll be an interesting map here to witness, because we were talking about it at the desk earlier on of like, man, these 2 teams should be banning Abyss, right? And suddenly it's there.
It's a must-win for Blue Water. They'll have to force in the next round, and you're just, it's desperation. Ain't gonna turn this around. Ooh, but the nerves getting to Melia, falling to May. Those first bloods. Be big for Blue Water. File back to square one after realizing how empty the left side of the map is.
Surprising too. We're actually going to try to go for the full reclear maybe. Especially losing Melia. You can't get the walls up heading towards short. They were definitely trying to... I mean, I don't like that Ev is there solo towards short with Spike. Yeah, exactly. You could drone up. Yeah, maybe something like that. But it's better for them to stay as a group to hit towards his B site.
Now it's a game of cat and mouse. I mean, which side of the map you're going to end on, and Otter trying to meet them halfway, but not fully decided themselves. Looking towards May.
30 seconds left.
We have this close elbow with Avery. First contact. He just spotted the barrel, but the missiles are going to force Avery into a bad position, and Edith will capitalize. And Oasis is trying to trade and does so successfully with the classic, and May emerges from elbow. As Blue just poking, prod their way through, and it's up to Ev versus Sin. And Sin locks on for Blue Otter to save themselves potentially in this bind map.
Oh my god, you can both see them setting still, being like, please connect, shot, please connect. And unfortunately, it's the headhunters now from Sin. Switching over to, what, a pistol, I think, running out of bullets. Whatever it was, as chaotic it was, a round coming in for Blue Otter. The execution was beautiful, though. Flushing players out, and then you have those that have high impact with their agents. May swinging out of the smoke to refract. Then Sin moving in towards the end, where they could also TP in these fights. It really throws FlyQuest for a loop. They had to keep a head on a swivel. They almost had it. But Blue Otter stay in the fight. Eco run for Fly, trying to get this plant down. And trying to be a little bit more loud at it as well.
FlyQuest have been on the attack in the second round for every map, so they gotta heat up. Dogs doing all the work, barking at Oasis. Get them to disengage from U-Haul. FlyQuest got the spike down in the meantime. Anita, who bought the frenzy this round, gets to just scrap their way through all the chaos of the smokes. Sin will keep firm position in showers. We'll get flanked here very soon from Melia, so FlyQuest, well, be patient for that, and that's not good being caught out like that. And FlyQuest were in these safe positions. Blue Water will evacuate them every step of the way. Melia can just play prevention protocols, but Blue Water gonna flush out the rats and layer up. Blue Water catching up very soon here to FlyQuest.
Yeah, the dogs, though, you said doing all the work. I think that was the most important thing, because not only it stalls the back of the site, it gives you a chance to get the plant in for FlyQuest. It's everything after that. Not taking care of showers, not being aware that showers is a gap, not being aware of how much of your body is sticking out that you're holding positions in. That's both Jazgin and Thea getting caught when they were still, like, what, 5 alive on that pulse plant. Not wasting enough time for Millie to get value off her full wrap back into showers. But it's still a good plant. It allows for them to have a good buy, have full shields again against an outlaw, as Sin used it in the previous round. I guess trying to win this. Did some damage.
Sin with the plot armor gets out. FlyQuest just really needed that kill to get the ball rolling. To try and deny this bonus from Blue Water. I think only had 3 weapons before, but now no drone, no info for FlyQuest. But maybe knowing that May is close, try and punish this. Right on the escape from the bird. FlyQuest swing well, shoot well, and Avery desperate need of a band-aid. Not gonna get it, not having a guy on the team. They heard the TP, so FlyQuest may be exploring alternatives.
Still a nice little sky tech there from Jazkins, not popping that right away, allowing Edith to get a swing timing out of that, and I think even curves the bird towards the air to try to minimize how much team flashes that could come out of this. The re-swing out towards the towels. Melia reads it like a book.
30 seconds left.
No surprise factor coming out here from Blue Water.
Toxin screen down.
Melia able to calm her nerves too, and FlyQuest just need to close out the map, which is what we were saying even previously, but Blue Water are trying to get the reverse sweep going, and they'll have to start it on a retake. And Sin tried to be cheeky. Melia, a good punish. Aya as well, just quicker to the trigger. These kind of reactions in these high-pressure situations is really how FlyQuest can flourish and have that experience. Be the real tell. Now Avery. Not with a really good route to escape. It's really stuck here.
And that's where you're happy you got that spike plant too on that previous round on your eco for FlyQuest, allowing for you to get full util with full shields. Allows Melia to absorb one of the shots from the chamber. And that's not a weapon you can carry over to the next round. You see Avery dying to the spike too, because despite them having a guardian in this round, it's more valuable for them to have a rifle in the next. So that forces the economy to stay quite low for the side of Blue Otter when you're already now at double digits of this series point, or map point. Series map. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I get you. I get what you're putting down.
For FlyQuest. It's been a long cast. It's been a long cast.
It has been, man. This has been a marathon. What an absolute fight it's been between these two teams. Like, starting with overtime. Like, we were already tired from the map one overtime.
Exactly.
Imagine these guys. So, Sin's brought it up to the party, though. Ooh, May. Ooh. Refract just in time. Probably only saw one, maybe two, if she spotted Edith there. Will Otter have info? It's now FlyQuest that have to assess, and ooh, just hearing that up, the recall from Sin towards B long. Kind of just a default though for FlyQuest. A lot of space being given to them, even through showers. We'll see if Oasis wants to take that engagement or just fall back to the corner. What level of risk does Blue Otter bring to this when they have to double their score? Right. Avery taking a seat after hearing the flash. The satchels, the punish from May is incredible! And just striking down the wings of the duelists, but Thea emerges here from the showers, and that's something for Blue Otter to consider, while also keeping their focus on the stack that is towards short. Nev breaks through, and FlyQuest step into the arena. And Avery has nothing left in the back pocket to deny this plant. Now it's about teamwork, but there's a gap on the right side, and Pattison addresses it at the perfect time. The Armageddon in the picture here from Ev. It's Blue Otter. 2 versus 2. Teamwork. U-Haul swing, no. FlyQuest just in the corner. Oh, the wide swing catches it off guard. It leaves it for a final showdown.
No way.
Avery tracks. It's messy, but it gets the job done.
I was just about to say this is like probably the first time we're seeing true value out of showers from either of these teams in terms of timing lurks on the attack. Thea gets the backstab for the late showers control, but then somehow in a pulse plan scenario gets chaotic once again. And in the face of adversity, it's Blue Otter that pulls out on top. First off, great util to slow down that push on that side. But that Armageddon thrown by Ev should have been a free kill right here. How did she lose that fight against Pattison? It allows Sin to swing out because Ev is focused on that trade. It's a free kill from the op on the top of Heaven, and then you run out of bullets because you were so forced to swing out and trade against the Opera, and it's just luck, lady luck on the side of Blue Otter for them to convert that round. Thankfully, another buy is still available for FlyQuest. You hear the Total False coming out here on the defensive side. And they are looking to pop through as soon as this smoke dissipates.
Blue Otter don't usually go for these close fights. So Sin dissipates. You're not expecting someone else to be there. High value plays for Blue Otter, but the trades are ever so stronger from FlyQuest.
We just
stoic as ever.
Away.
Now the site is open for the taking.
Now they plant, and they kind of have to be spread out here in the pulse plant for FlyQuest because you have the convergence path from May available here. You already see Ev rotating, getting very far back here so that they can get value off the 1 salvo remaining. Edith also has pain shells. They're actually in perfect position here to avoid the convergence path.
That gets the orbital strike, so you can play delay, or you can just say, Edith, go kill. They will do just that. May has to dash and disengage, and that'll be conceding the round now to FlyQuest, getting up to 11. Almost to the finish line of our Kickoff Championship.
I wonder what happened there, too. I'm pretty sure it was Oasis grouped up with them. I don't know if they had one smoke remaining or whatnot that was refreshable for them to drop, but to walk contact back into main with no util behind, I think opens up an easy kill for the first player playing under the window of Hookah. And then you can't really get any value at all with the convergence path. So yeah, as you get caught off guard with FlyQuest players walking up here towards long, you still try to rush through and go for instant trades. And you kind of threw away your huge advantage that you picked up in the very beginning for Blue Otter. And look at what it turns into a buy as a buy now for Blue Otter. The op save from the previous round. Shares across the board with what, a bandit? Oh, 3 shares and a bandit, yeah.
With your little strike onto 2 players, May had to dash out and it's 4 HP. You don't get that kind of value these days, but May slapped 1 before getting slapped herself. So FlyQuest will get a plant with still 4 intact. Huge ult from Thea to open up this round to maybe get to match point here very soon. And Oasis jump scared by the shorty. And the dog becomes the hunter, spotting at least 1 at the back site. You gotta applaud the guts that it takes for Blue Otter to pull off the plays that we talked about for the last round, to bring out a new composition against the vets of FlyQuest that have been able to figure out how to counter it.
Now I could say it. Match point, map point, series point. But how the hell did that ult get value? Because you're not playing a composition for FlyQuest where you're throwing an Astro Star and stunning or grab welling at the bench. You're not playing any fade to try to like seize with the orbital strike. Was that just a blind ult that just catches 2? That's insane. No way that I got value out of that. Maybe it's just a constant read and the pressure that came in from Blue Otter. Is talking about pressure. They want to push down towards short. Hail Mary play.
I've got your trail.
Hail Mary for Blue Otter, hoping their prayers get answered. And the real answer was the Seekers thrown out from Jazzykins to alleviate some of that pressure. You got kind of split from that encounter. Now 3 being sent from FlyQuest into Showers. You'd be thinking that orbital strike was enough to condition Blue Otter to take a seat, take a break. And it's May and Avery working off of each other. And May, still at an injured state, comes out on top. Get the saturate, enabling Avery. But it's still Thea with the heroics that keeps the spike still in hand of this offense. And you need a big play to come out of Oasis, and swinging out a U-Haul confirms that kill, leaves Melia out to dry, and Blue Water still got lives left.
That was kind of sick though from Thea to meet up with her teammates and to save for these trades. Unfortunately though, they've lost so much of the timing from their early aggression out from Blue Water that the rotate was already there for the rest of the defensive side, that they were still able to anchor up for the short lanes. No opportunities for FlyQuest. Were thin towards the end in terms of all of these trades. There was, what, 2 players left alive trying to find their own fights, and now Blue Water needs 5 more rounds to try to push this into extra innings. Not available, trying to push Sin out of her line, and already aggro. So much pressure. Conditioning being held by FlyQuest in Showers at the beginning, and it works out.
Well, it was written on the wall, and now Sin's all over the wall. FlyQuest breaking in, and man, Oasis steps up to the plate. Hopes to disappear. Just didn't think they had time to get back in the U-Haul. There just was no one else there. FlyQuest get a plant. Now is flashed to the back site. Now, Oasis can't get back into the fight. Nightfall for Avery. 1 versus 4. It's all over. From Blue Waters to Dead Ones, FlyQuest fly high as your kickoff champions.
Big congratulations to FlyQuest Red. So many years since the introduction of this organization into Game Changers were they trying to chase for their first at least local title in North America. They've been stopped, thwarted so many times by the Shopify Rebellion Blacks, the Shopify Rebellion Golds, the Cloud9 Whites, the Magicals, whatnot. Every roster was preventing them from getting it. And finally, they do so by toppling down Blue Otter, who has been looking amazing throughout this kickoff. Yeah, maybe TSMX. I don't know. Athena, you didn't go that deep.
We'll argue with the Dusk when we meet up with them later, but this was still such an incredible series, guys. And this is just the beginning of the Game Changer season. And FlyQuest finally got the championship that they've been hunting for, where usually it's Warada who's been their rival. They defeated them, and they went after Blue Otter, which shout out to them being the big underdogs of this tournament, surprising everyone. And this is just the first step to everyone's journey this year in the Big 26. But you guys will want to tune in for this post-match interview brought to you by Verizon. That's going on the other side of the corner. And we'll see what the desk thinks about this right after this.
Welcome back one last time. Zoe here, joined by Ash and Athena to close out the day and discuss how FlyQuest Red got the dub in the end. It was very exciting because as we headed into this very last map, Bind, which was a Blue Otter's pick, they did come out with a completely different composition from what we've seen from them before. Fortunately, it didn't work out for them.
Yeah, I think Blue Otter has been a team that's been full of surprises. I mean, at the end of the day, no one expected them to be the team making it to grand finals, having that lower bracket run, and just coming out on top. But they've definitely solidified themselves as competitors. But obviously, FlyQuest coming out on top. This map was so good for them. For FlyQuest, they were so solid on all their decision making, and it almost felt at times that they were reading Blue Otter like a book, but it really showed the teamwork that we've seen and a lot of the way that they've gotten these trades, the setup for their strategies, and how deep their playbook is.
Yeah, and it comes down to a lot of that experience that this roster brings to the table, right? For the side of FlyQuest Red. I do think that, especially starting things off with such a strong defensive side there for Fly, we were talking about, so we mentioned the compositional chambers that Blue Otter was bringing to the table, and we discussed it a little bit in the green room too, Athena. I think the fact that they were running this no flash composition, just struggling to have any support for the waylay that was going in there, it just was really hard for May to get anything started because there was just such like a big gap, I think, in that spacing and just not having any of those flashes to clear a lot of these long angles, especially against those double controller comps here on Bind.
Yeah, it's just really hard if you're playing that waylay. You want someone to follow up, whether it's with their body like a Yoru, or if you want the flashes to be following up or some sort of utility to help clear sight. But it just did not work out for them. And honestly, for Blue Otter, I really think it was a good idea to pull out something new, some sort of wild card to try to throw FlyQuest off guard. But I think at the end of the day, it just showed how solidified FlyQuest was in their strategy. But for Blue, I mean, this was still kind of a close map. They pulled it together. They caught a lot of these wins. And Sin, especially on that chamber, really proving to kind of keep up and have a lot of that fragging power. But man, Edith, this map was kind of nasty too.
Yeah, they absolutely were. They were able to do, basically, it felt like anything that they wanted, but we also know that aside from the macro that we were talking about there for FlyQuest Red, the calling that we know that Thea is so good at when it comes to controlling that space on the map, it's those micro moments that Edith was so able to shine, like the timings when it came down to a lot of the nades that were being thrown out there from Edith, and being able to just like cut up even further, I think, some of that spacing. This 2K with the showstopper, I think, was so jaw-dropping too, because we were not expecting it to get like that much of an insane amount of value, but it felt like every time we were on Edith's POV, they were getting multi-kills so consistently.
I think too with Edith, what they bring to the table the most is that being able to take a lot of that map space and be aggressive and making sure that they get a lot of the number advantage for their team as well. It felt like every time we were watching Edith or on their POV, it was like 2K after 3K after 3K, and even the utility on the Raze has been super good. Small little micro adjustments like you were talking about from FlyQuest, like using the drone kind of to clear out showers. But for Edith, super well played, and I think one of the main reasons why Bind looked so dominating at the beginning there.
I just absolutely love that every single new addition for this team has had their time in the sun today. Like, they really all showed what they're bringing to this roster.
Yeah, it's really incredible.
Oh, sorry.
I think. No, you're totally good.
We're just so excited to, yeah.
Exactly, right? And I think that for FlyQuest Red, this win also just means so much. We have to keep in mind, this is their very first Valorant Game Changers win in NA to be able to actually take that first place. There have been so many times, Athena, that we've seen them finish in that like top 2, top 3, and to finally take this over the line, it seems like the best iteration of FlyQuest Red that we've seen yet.
Yeah, we've seen them struggle quite a bit. It felt like they couldn't really find a solid identity. I feel, obviously, I've had a long history with them as well, way back with Dodonut, with Emily, with a lot of these players. And it looks like FlyQuest have finally decided to find someone, but it find their identity rather, to kind of solidify how they play. I think every single one of these players makes sense, and they make a lot of sense in the roles that they're playing too. They are so phenomenal and they're so good. And I think for me personally, and I know the desk, we talked about it too, but we definitely have a little bit of a series MVP, which for us is Melia. Melia has played absolutely insane all series today and actually throughout the whole tournament. And yeah, Melia has just been insane on every kind of agent that they've played. They've gotten so many top frags in so many of these maps over kickoff, and they've had such high impact kills. It just feels like Melia is one of the kind of rocks that FlyQuest has to make sure the round goes their way.
Yeah, there's a really big reason why we're highlighting her as a player top of the day before the series even started. That value that she's able to bring to this team and the consistency at which she's able to do it. And we talked about how she was going to be a really big key to the success that FlyQuest Red was able to have today. Able to now continue on with that consistency. Like, it is crazy to look at these stats out of a Viper player, like your lurking anchor player when she's on that KJ, on that Viper role, still also going for some of that aggression at times too, during the key moments, not looking to overextend and really being choice about the decisions that are being made.
And I think
now that
too,
we
it's kind of,
go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Keep wanting to, yeah. I just really want to talk about how Melia too is so good at the operator as well, just kind of coming out of nowhere. And when they do have the double op set up on their defensive side, Melia is also the second person to pick that up alongside Edith. So I think huge shout out to Melia. Played super well this whole series.
Yeah, it was the individual performances and then also just the team synergy, which was on display throughout the entirety of this tournament. And now, however, we did talk about all the new additions. I want to bring it back to the OG. We have Thea joining us for a Verizon post-match interview after FlyQuest Red's victory. Thea, thank you so much for joining us. And of course, first things first, congratulations. I'm going to kick this one off with an easy one. You've been with the team since 2024. That was kind of the year of second place finishers in the region. And then last year you started it off with a second place finisher in the kickoff as well. Now you finally get that first finish. How do you feel? What's going through your mind?
Yeah, I'm really happy. I knew that we were gonna win, so it feels very good and validating that we did.
Yeah, I mean, right, you're coming in with the confidence in here. You have 3 new pieces to work with for this season. Can you maybe walk us through those new additions and what they're bringing to your roster?
Absolutely, I would love to. All right, one, I think we have the best duelist in NA, and that is Edith. They are way too good and a little ray of sunshine. We have Melia, who is probably the scariest player to play against in GC, I'd say. Like, I'm so glad she's on my team because I don't want to play against her. Ev is literally a little troll goofball who just carries the vibes and hits insane clips and clutches like all the time, has amazing mid rounds. Jazzy is just the GOAT. She has straight aura vibes, the best util. She always has so many assists. Perfect util placed at all times. She's just the GOAT. I think we have a super team. And this year is gonna be different. No more second places.
That's right. You're off to a great start with that first place finisher. Let's talk about this match in particular, though. I mean, I think most people did not necessarily predict to see Blue Otter in the grand finals. Were you surprised that you're going to be facing this opponent? Were you expecting Wadada? And did you have to change your prep coming into the match today?
I think everyone expected Wadada to be in the grand finals, but honestly, I wasn't surprised at Blue Otter. They just bring a lot of firepower, and like it shows. They're really good aimers. I think like the upper hand that we have is just like our protocols and like our team chemistry and just, you know, all the set stuff is like really good. But but they are definitely aimers, and I was not surprised to see them in the grand final, honestly.
Yeah, they
Sorry,
managed
what
to
was
push
your
you
other
guys.
question?
Oh, honestly, I forgot. Because
okay.
your answers seem to satisfy me.
Thank you.
I guess just the preparation heading into this match, I do remember apparently. Yeah, because like they showed us a lot of different looks throughout this tournament. They made a lot of compositional changes, even coming into the maps today. They made some changes.
Yeah, our coach, Coach Joe, he did a lot of prep last night, and he didn't like want to overwhelm us at all, but he gave us like pointers to look forward to each map. So he definitely did that work. And it was really good. I think at the end of the day, we played our game and like made adjustments as we needed to, enjoyed great timeouts. So the prep was good.
Prep was good. The results are speaking for themselves. Yeah. What are your overall learnings and takeaways from your kickoff experience with this new roster?
Kickoff experience. I just know that it's gonna be a great year. This is the year for FlyQuest. Absolutely. And I have COVID right now. It's been rough.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's been really bad. But my team is honestly so good. I know that I don't even have to necessarily like frag. I have impact frags and I frag when I need to, but oh my god, I feel so carried. I just put everyone in their positions and they carry out the rest.
Well, I mean, the team is working together, and it shows teamwork does make the dream work. You've been extremely selfless as well in some of your plays today, which was really awesome to see. I hope you recover really quickly as well. I'm sorry to hear that you're not feeling well. So I hope that's on the up heading forward. Thea, I'm going to let you celebrate now with the team. Once again, congratulations, and thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat.
Thank you so much.
Well, you heard it there. FlyQuest Red's future is bright. Imagine performing like this when you're having COVID. Could not be me.
Dude, you know what the cure? What? You know what the cure for COVID is? It's winning winning Game Changers Verizon Kickoff. You didn't know that? That was crazy.
I did not know that, but
I learn every day.
Better moving forward, then we know. Then we know. Yeah, that's actually wild. I love the way she talked about her teammates. Like, just the trust is there, the hype is there. Just, I'm very excited to see more of this roster heading into stage 1.
Yeah, me too. I think that this roster, like Athena was saying earlier as well, it just seems like the perfect mix, like the best identity that they've been able to create for themselves. And when you're led by someone like Thea as well, who's always just so optimistic, always able to be such like a good emotional rock while doing her job incredibly when it comes down to that macro, I think it just says so much to be able to hear her speak about her teammates in that way and what it says about the chemistry that they have in and out of the server.
I think too, like the team of FlyQuest has just had such a phenomenal run. You can see in this bracket here, they stayed in that upper bracket. They managed to beat out teams like Ghost, 100 Thieves, Wadada, and then now obviously Blue in that grand finals. They proved that they have such a solid map pool. They have so much depth when it comes to how they play, and they have so much prep and really good in-game micros. Just feels like this team kind of has it solidified, and I completely agree with Thea saying that this is the year for FlyQuest, because based on what I've seen, the only issues are just small mistakes, and this is a kind of team to go over it, go around in VODs, make sure they watch it back and fix a lot of those issues, and they're so dedicated to playing well together, and it really is a big congratulations for them because it's super well deserved.
It is indeed. This has been a really, really fun run from all of those teams. I'm very excited to see what they have in store for us for the rest of the year, because there is still so much Game Changers action coming our way. The next broadcast will be on the 15th this month. That is going to be the stage 1 Swiss round 1, so make sure not to miss it. I'm very excited for it. And Athena, Ash, thank you both so much for breaking it all down for us all day long. It's been an absolute joy. Big shout out to the entire production team as well for making this possible. But for now, that is it. Thank you all so much for watching, and have a good night.